The air at the base of Blackwood Hill smelled of wet iron and crushed pine needles. It was a thick, heavy scent that seemed to coat the back of my throat with every breath. I checked my watch. 4:12 p.m. The sun was a bruised purple smudge behind a layer of clouds that looked more like static than vapor. Beside me, Elas was tightening the straps of his pack. The nylon webbing made a sharp, rhythmic zip-click sound that felt unnecessarily loud in the stillness of the trailhead. "You sure about the coordinates?" Elas asked. His voice was flat, devoid of its usual caffeine-fueled energy. I nodded, tapping the paper map clipped to my thigh. We weren't using GPS, not because of some purist hiking philosophy, but because the local forums were adamant. Digital signals drifted on Blackwood. They didn't just cut out, they reported locations that were physically impossible, latitudes that didn't exist, altitudes that would have put a hiker in the middle of the ionosphere. "The ridge is 3 miles up," I said. My own voice sounded tinny, like it was coming through a cheap radio. I swallowed hard, trying to pop my ears, but the pressure stayed. It felt like being underwater, or perhaps like the world around us was being vacuum sealed. We started the ascent. For the first 20 minutes, the woods were normal. The ground was a chaotic carpet of dead leaves and snapping twigs. A squirrel chattered somewhere to our left, a frantic, jagged sound that made Elas flinch. I watched his shoulders. They were hiked up to his ears. He kept looking at the trees, not the trail. "What?" I asked. "The birds," he whispered. I stopped. I listened. He was right. The squirrel had gone silent, and the birds had followed. Usually, a forest at dusk is a cacophony of territorial disputes and evening songs. Here, it was as if the orchestra had seen a conductor raise a baton for a silence that wouldn't end. The first anomaly wasn't a sound, but a lack of one. I stepped on a dry branch the size of my wrist. I felt the resistance under my boot. I felt the snap vibrate up through my heel and into my shin, but there was no crack. The wood broke in total, absolute silence. I looked down, confused. The 2 pieces of the branch lay in the dirt. I kicked them. Nothing. I looked at Elas. He was staring at his own feet. He jumped up and down, landing hard on a flat stone. His boots hit the rock with the force of a hammer, but the air remained dead. No thud, no scrape of rubber on grit. "Arthur," he said. His voice was a thin thread, barely audible even though he was 3 feet away. My ears aren't popping. "Keep moving," I said, though my heart was beginning to thrum a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I could feel the pulse in my neck, a wet, heavy thump-thump that was suddenly the loudest thing in the world. We climbed higher. The trees began to change. They weren't dead, but they looked exhausted. The bark was pale, almost white, and the leaves didn't rustle when the wind blew. I saw a branch sway violently, caught in a gust I couldn't feel, but it moved like a mime's performance, fluid, exaggerated, and mute. I checked my watch again. 4:45 p.m. The second hand was sweeping around the dial, but I couldn't hear the internal mechanism. I pressed the watch to my ear. Nothing. I shook it. Still nothing. The trail flattened out into a small plateau before the final switchback. In the center of the clearing sat an old rusted radiator, half buried in the dirt. It was a bizarre piece of faded Americana, a relic of a house that couldn't have possibly existed this far up the slope. It was out of place, a jagged tooth of cast iron in the wilderness. Elas approached it. He picked up a stone and swung it, hard, against the iron fins of the radiator. I braced myself for the ringing chime, the kind of sound that should have echoed across the valley. The stone struck, a spark flew, but the world stayed silent. The impact was a ghost. Elas dropped the stone. It hit the ground like a feather. He turned to me, his face pale, his eyes wide and glassy. He opened his mouth to speak, his throat working, his tendons straining. I saw his tongue move. I saw his lips form my name. But no sound came out. He clutched at his throat, his expression shifting from confusion to a raw, primal terror. He tried again, a scream building in his chest. I could see the veins bulging in his forehead. I could see his chest heaving. Silence. I reached out to grab his arm, but I stopped. My hand froze in midair. I could hear something. It wasn't Elas, it wasn't the wind. It was a wet, rhythmic sliding sound, like something heavy being dragged over velvet. It was coming from the trees behind us, but when I turned, there was nothing but the pale, white trunks and the deepening purple shadows. The sound was getting louder, slid hiss, slid hiss. It sounded like a breath, but it wasn't coming from a lung. It was coming from the ground itself. I looked back at Elas. He wasn't looking at me anymore. He was staring at my chest. He pointed, his finger trembling. I looked down. My jacket was vibrating, not from my shivering, but in time with the sliding sound. And then I realized the sliding wasn't coming from the woods. It was coming from inside my own ears. The silence of the hill wasn't an absence of sound. It was an appetite. The hill wasn't quiet. It was listening. And it was finally hearing us. We turned and ran, not toward the summit, but back down the way we came, or at least where I thought the trail was. In the graying light, the pale trees all looked identical. They formed a repetitive liminal grid that seemed to shift whenever I blinked. Every footfall was a jarring vibration that traveled through my bones, but the air around me remained attuned. The lack of acoustic feedback was disorienting. I stumbled, my balance faltering because my inner ear couldn't find a baseline. I hit the ground hard, my palms scraping against sharp shale. I felt the sting, the heat of the blood starting to well up, but the world didn't register the impact. I looked up. Elas was 20 yards ahead, his neon blue windbreaker a jarring puncture in the dull landscape. He was running with a frantic, uncoordinated gait. He looked like a silent film played at double speed. I tried to call out his name. I pushed the air from my lungs with everything I had. I felt my vocal cords vibrate. I felt the heat of the breath leave my lips. Nothing. The sliding sound in my ears intensified. It was a thick, syrupy noise now, like honey being poured into a drum. It was drowning out the internal sound of my own heartbeat. I scrambled to my feet and chased after Elas. He had stopped at the edge of a ravine I didn't remember crossing on the way up. It was a deep, narrow gouge in the earth, filled with a dense, unnatural fog that didn't move with the wind. Elas was standing perfectly still, his head cocked to one side. I reached him and grabbed his shoulder. He didn't flinch. He didn't even turn to look at me. He was staring into the fog. I pulled at him, gesturing back toward the trees, but he was heavy, unnaturally heavy, like his boots were filled with lead. He slowly raised a hand and pointed into the ravine. I looked. Down in the fog, about 10 feet below us, a figure was standing. It was a man. He was wearing a faded denim jacket and a trucker hat, his back turned to us. He was perfectly still, but it wasn't the man that made the hair on my arms stand up. It was what he was doing. He was holding a handbell, a small brass thing with a wooden handle. His arm was moving vigorously, shaking the bell back and forth in a frantic motion. In a world that functioned, That bell should have been clanging with a deafening, metallic urgency. Here there was only the slid hiss in my brain. The man stopped shaking the bell. He didn't turn around. Instead, he dropped the bell. It fell into the fog and vanished without a sound. Then the man began to unspool. That's the only way I can describe it. His shoulders didn't slump, they simply elongated. His neck stretched, the denim of his jacket tearing silently as his torso pulled upward like taffy. He grew taller, thinner, his limbs thinning into pale, spindly wires. Elas backed away, his mouth open in a silent, jagged O. The thing that had been a man didn't turn around. It didn't have to. It began to bend backward, its spine snapping in a dozen places with the fluidity of a folding carpenter's rule. Its head swung down, upside down, until it was staring at us from between its own elongated legs. It had no face, just a smooth, pale surface of skin stretched tight over a skull with no holes, no eyes, no nose, and most importantly, no mouth. It didn't need a mouth to scream. Suddenly, the slid hiss in my ears stopped. It was replaced by a sound so loud it felt like a physical blow to the head. It wasn't a noise from the outside. It was the sound of my own blood rushing through my carotid artery, amplified 1,000 times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was the sound of my own biology, and it was deafening. The pale thing in the ravine began to climb the slope toward us. It didn't use its hands. It moved by undulating its long, wire-thin body, sliding over the rocks like a blind, starving worm. I grabbed Elias' hand. His skin was ice cold. I pulled him, and this time he moved, but his eyes were fixed on the thing behind us. We ran blindly into the white trees. The geography of the hill had shifted. The trail was gone. The slope that should have led down now seemed to incline upward no matter which direction we turned. We were trapped on a topographical loop, a liminal nightmare of pale bark and silent earth. We ran until my lungs felt like they were filled with broken glass. We ran until the whoosh of my blood was the only thing left in the universe. And then Elias tripped. He didn't just fall, he seemed to be sucked into the ground. One moment he was holding my hand, and the next he was gone. I looked down. There was no hole, no burrow, just the flat, gray dirt of the hillside. I dropped to my knees, clawing at the earth. I dug my fingernails into the soil, tearing at the roots and the rocks. I felt something. Not Elias' hand. I felt a vibration, a deep, low-frequency hum that was rising up through the ground. It was so powerful it made my teeth ache. I pressed my ear to the dirt. The whoosh of my blood faded. In the silence of the hill, I heard a voice. It wasn't Elias' voice. It was 1,000 voices, all layered on top of one another, reduced to a singular, muffled drone. They weren't screaming. They were humming, a low, rhythmic tune that sounded like a lullaby played at the wrong speed. I pulled my head back, gasping. I looked up and the pale trees were closer now. They weren't just trees. I could see the texture of the bark more clearly in the dying light. It wasn't bark, it was skin, wrinkled, pore-flecked skin stretched over wooden cores. The entire hill was alive, and it was very, very hungry for the one thing we couldn't stop making. Our noise. I looked at my hands. They were trembling so violently, I could hear the faint click-click of my fingernails hitting each other. Then I felt a cold, thin pressure around my ankle. I didn't look down. I knew what it was. The pale thing from the ravine had found me. I closed my eyes and tried to be still. I tried to make my heart stop its frantic drumming. I tried to become as silent as the stones. But I could still hear it, the one sound I couldn't escape. The sound of my own frantic, terrified breaths. The pressure on my ankle tightened, and I felt myself being pulled backward, toward the ravine, toward the humming earth, toward the mouthless things that lived in the static. The last thing I saw before the fog swallowed me was my watch. The second hand had stopped. But the ticking was now coming from inside my chest. The drag was not a jerk, but a slow, tectonic shifting of my entire reality. My heels furrowed the gray loam, carving twin silent trenches in the earth as the thing from the ravine reeled me in. I clawed at the air, my fingers catching on the skin bark of the nearest tree. The texture was sickening, clammy and yielding, like pulling on the cheek of a corpse. I felt a rib of the wood flesh give way under my nails, and for a fleeting second, a dark, viscous sap oozed out. It didn't drip, it flowed upward, defying gravity, crawling toward the sky in thin, silent threads. I looked at my ankle. The creature's limb was less like an arm and more like a bleached umbilical cord, translucent enough that I could see the frantic, pulsing static moving within its core. It didn't have a grip so much as it had fused with my hiking boot, the synthetic fabric melting into its pale mass. I reached for the hunting knife clipped to my belt. My movements felt sluggish, as if the air had thickened into a heavy syrup that resisted my presence. The knife came free with a vibration I felt in my elbow, but the familiar metallic shink was absent. I hacked at the pale tether connecting me to the horror. The blade passed through the limb like it was cutting through smoke. No resistance, no blood. The creature didn't even flinch. It simply continued to retract, its spine-snapping undulations pulling me closer to the lip of the fog-choked ravine. Then the humming from the ground changed pitch. It shifted from a lullaby to a drone, a flat mechanical tone that resonated in my sinus cavities. My vision blurred. The pale trees began to vibrate so rapidly they became a smear of white against the darkening sky. The ground beneath me felt less like soil and more like a membrane, a drumhead stretched tight over a void. I saw Elia's hand. It thrust upward out of the dirt 3 feet to my left. It wasn't a frantic wave. It was a slow, deliberate reach, the fingers splayed and trembling. I lunged for it, forgetting the tether on my leg, forgetting the faceless thing. My fingers brushed his. They were cold, coated in a fine, gray dust that felt like powdered bone. I gripped his wrist and pulled. The earth didn't want to let him go. It made a sound like wet Velcro being peeled apart, a sound that bypassed my ears and went straight into my jawbone. As I pulled Elias upward, his head broke the surface. His eyes were rolled back, showing only the yellowed whites, and his mouth was packed tight with the gray soil. He wasn't breathing. He was being processed. The tether on my ankle gave a violent tug, snapping my head back. I lost my grip on Elias. He didn't scream. He couldn't. He simply sank back into the loam with a horrific, fluid grace, the dirt closing over his forehead like water over a stone. I was alone. The creature from the ravine reached the edge of the plateau. It rose up, its elongated, wire-thin torso towering 10 feet into the air. The backward-snapped head dangled between its knees, the featureless mask of its face swaying like a pendulum. It began to vibrate. The motion was so intense that the creature's outlines became translucent. It was a tuning fork. The realization hit me with a cold, sickening clarity. The hill didn't just eat sound. It used these things to find the frequencies it couldn't reach. It was searching for the resonance of my fear. I forced myself to go limp. I stopped fighting the pull. I stopped trying to breathe in jagged, panicked gulps. I closed my eyes and tried to visualize a void, a place where nothing moved, nothing vibrated, nothing existed. I tried to synchronize my heart with the low, rhythmic thrum of the hill. The tension on my ankle slackened. The creature's vibration slowed. The head swung lazily, the smooth skin rippling as if something underneath was trying to push through. It leaned closer. I could feel the cold radiance emanating from it, a chill that went deeper than the skin, settling into the marrow of my bones. It was listening to my blood. It was waiting for the whoosh-whoosh of my pulse to betray me. I held my breath until my lungs burned, until the edges of my vision sparked with anaerobic fire. Just as I felt my consciousness begin to fray, the creature turned away. It moved with a disjointed, spider-like crawl, heading back toward the ravine, its interest lost in the sudden artificial silence I had forced upon myself. I didn't move for a long time. I lay there, a part of the landscape, watching the purple smudge of the sky turn into a bruised, starless black. The static clouds had descended, mingling with the fog from the ravine until the world was reduced to a 10-foot radius of gray on gray. I needed to find the trailhead, but the compass on my watch was spinning, not in circles, but in erratic, jagged twitches, as if the needle were trying to point in a direction that didn't exist in 3 dimensions. I stood up, my joints creaking with a sound like grinding stones. I began to walk, not toward where I thought the descent was, but away from the humming. If the hill was a predator, it had a stomach, a center where the sound was digested. I had to move toward the periphery, toward the places where the silence was less thick. As I walked, the forest began to provide a new kind of horror. The trees were no longer standing in a grid. They were huddled in clusters, their branch arms intertwined in a frozen, silent struggle. And hanging from the branches were things that looked like cocoons, but they were shaped like bells, like trumpets, like grand pianos. They were the shapes of instruments, rendered in the same pale, veined skin as the trees. I passed a cello hanging from a low branch. As I moved by, a gust of wind, the first I had felt in hours, brushed against it. The object didn't ring. It let out a muffled human groan, a sound of profound, weary exhaustion. The hill wasn't just swallowing sound, it was archiving it. It was a museum of every vibration that had ever been lost here. I found the radiator again, or at least I found a radiator. It was 20 feet tall now, its iron fins glowing with a faint, sickly bioluminescence. It pulsed in time with the Earth's hum. I realized then that the geography wasn't just shifting, it was expanding. The 3 miles to the ridge were no longer 3 miles. The hill was growing, stretching its dimensions to keep its prey within its borders. I saw a light. It wasn't the sun, and it wasn't a flashlight. It was a flickering, amber glow coming from a hollow beneath a massive, skin-wrapped root system. It looked like a campfire, but there was no smoke. I approached it cautiously, my footsteps still registering as ghostly thuds in my inner ear. Inside the hollow sat a woman. She was wearing gear from the late 90s, bright Gore-Tex that had faded to a dull, dusty gray. She was holding a small transistor radio to her ear. She looked up as I approached. Her eyes were gone, replaced by smooth, silver spheres that reflected the amber light. She didn't seem surprised to see me. She didn't even seem to see me at all. She moved her thumb, turning the dial on the radio. I expected static. I expected silence. What came out of the radio was my own voice. The ridge is 3 miles up, the radio said. It was my voice from the trailhead, tinny and thin, but unmistakable. The woman smiled. It was a terrifying expression, her lips stretching too wide, revealing teeth that had been ground down into flat, white squares. She turned the dial again. Arthur, the radio whispered. This time it was Elas. My ears aren't popping. I reached out, wanting to grab the radio, wanting to smash it against the iron radiator, but the woman pulled it back. She pressed a finger to her lips. "Listen," she said. Her voice didn't come from her mouth. It came from the radio. "The hill is hungry for the story," the radio voice said. "It doesn't want your flesh. It wants the echo you leave behind. If you give it the echo, you can go." I stared at her, my heart hammering against my ribs. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound was so loud now, I was sure the creature would hear it from across the valley. How I mouthed. I didn't want to make a sound. I didn't want to add to the archive. The woman pointed to the amber light in the center of the hollow. It wasn't a fire. It was a pile of glass jars, hundreds of them, each one filled with a swirling golden vapor. Inside the vapor, I could see shapes, mouths opening and closing, birds flapping their wings, the snap of a dry branch. "Everything you've said since you stepped onto the Blackwood Trail," the radio voice said. "Every breath, every heartbeat. Give it to the jars, become silent, truly silent, and the hill will forget you are here." I looked at the jars, then I looked at the woman. I realized she wasn't sitting on the ground. She was part of it. Her legs merged into the roots of the tree, her skin already transitioning into that pale, wrinkled bark. She had given her sound away, but she had stayed. "Why are you still here?" I whispered, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. The radio hissed with a sound like 1,000 cicadas. "Because I kept one sound for myself," it said. "I kept the sound of my own name, and as long as you have a name, the hill has a hook in you." I looked down at the jars. I thought of Elas, buried in the gray soil, his mouth full of dirt. He was already part of the archive. His caffeine-fueled energy, his rhythmic zip-click of his pack, it was all being digested by the roots beneath my feet. I reached for an empty jar. It felt warm, vibrating with a potential energy that made my skin crawl. I thought of my name, Arthur. I thought of the sound of my mother calling me for dinner. I thought of the sound of my car, engine turning over on a cold morning. I thought of the sound of the rain on the roof of my apartment. I leaned over the jar and opened my mouth. I didn't scream, I didn't speak. I simply let the air go. I let the vibration of my life pour into the glass. I felt a strange, hollow sensation in my chest, as if a string were being pulled out of my lungs. The amber vapor in the jar began to swirl, growing brighter, more intense. The whoosh in my ears began to fade. The internal ticking of my watch heart slowed. I felt lighter, I felt thin. I felt like I was becoming a ghost, a smudge of static on a television screen. The woman watched me with her silver eyes. She turned the dial on the radio one last time. The radio emitted a sound I recognized instantly. It was the sound of a stone hitting a rusted radiator, a sharp, metallic chime that echoed through the hollow, shattering the silence. The sound was so loud, so real, that it felt like a physical explosion. The woman's silver eyes cracked. "Run," the radio voice said, but the voice was no longer hers. It was mine. I didn't wait. I dropped the jar. It didn't break. It just thudded softly, and I bolted. I didn't look for a trail. I didn't look for Elas. I ran toward the chime. The sound of the radiator was a beacon, a hole in the silence of the hill. I could hear it ringing again and again, a rhythmic, frantic clanging that tore through the pale trees and the static clouds. The hill screamed. It wasn't a vocal scream. It was a tectonic groan, the sound of the entire mountain shifting, the skin trees tearing as they tried to close the gap. The ground buckled beneath me, throwing me into the air, but I didn't care. I could hear. I could hear the wind. I could hear the rustle of dead leaves. I could hear the frantic, jagged chatter of a squirrel. I burst through a wall of white fog and found myself standing on the trailhead. The air smelled of wet iron and crushed pine needles. 4:58 p.m. The sun was still a bruised, purple smudge. I turned back to look at Blackwood Hill. It looked normal. The trees were green, the bark was brown, and the birds were singing their evening songs. There was no sign of the ravine, no sign of the pale, wire-thin things. I looked down at my hands. They were covered in gray dust. I reached for my phone in my pocket. I wanted to call for help. I wanted to call Elia's family. I wanted to tell someone what happened. I opened my mouth to speak into the phone, but nothing came out. I tried to hum. I tried to whistle. I tried to clap my hands together. Absolute silence. I checked my pulse. I pressed my fingers to my neck, searching for that familiar rhythmic thrum. Nothing. My heart was beating. I could feel the movement in my chest, but the sound was gone. I was a silent film in a world of color. I looked back at the hill. High up on the ridge, where the clouds were still thick and gray, I saw a flash of neon blue. It was brief, a mere spark of color against the dark trees. Then a sound drifted down the slope. It was faint, distorted by the distance, but I heard it clearly. It was the sound of a handbell, clanging, clanging, clanging. And then I heard my own voice, echoing from the summit. Arthur, the hill whispered, "You forgot something." I looked at my watch. The second hand was moving again, but as I watched, it didn't tick. It made a sliding sound. Slid. The hill hadn't let me go. It had just changed the frequency. The silence was not an absence. It was a physical weight, a vacuum that seemed to pull at the very moisture in my mouth. I stood at the edge of the asphalt, the transition from the soft, yielding loam of the trail to the hard, uncaring grit of the road feeling like a crossing between worlds. My boots made no sound. I jumped, landing hard on my heels, expecting the jarring thud to vibrate up my spine and out into the air. Nothing. The world around me continued its evening chorus, the wind in the maples, the distant drone of a car on the interstate, the rhythmic chirping of crickets, but I was a ghost haunting a live performance. I reached for my throat, my fingers trembling as they traced the line of my larynx. I pushed a breath out, straining until the veins in my neck stood out like cords, trying to force a grunt, a wheeze, even a rasp. My chest heaved, my diaphragm spasmed, but the air passed through my vocal cords as if they were made of smoke. I was a hollow vessel. The woman with the silver eyes had taken the echo, and in doing so, she had unmoored me from the acoustic fabric of reality. I looked back at the trailhead. The wooden sign that read Blackwood Hill, elevation 3,400 FT, looked blistered, the paint peeling in long, curled strips that resembled the skin bark of the trees above. The shadows of the forest were stretching out, reaching for the road like long, skeletal fingers. I could still hear the hill. It wasn't a sound anymore. It was a pressure behind my eyes, a low-frequency thrum that suggested a massive, sleeping lung. Arthur. The voice hadn't come from the air. It had come from the vibration of my own bones. It was my voice, the one I had poured into the jar, now being played back to me through the marrow of my skeleton. The hill was using my own frequency to call me back. I turned and began to walk toward my car, parked 50 yards down the shoulder. Every step was a nightmare of sensory dissonance. I could see my feet hitting the gravel, see the dust puffing up, but the silence following the action made my stomach lurch with motion sickness. I reached the driver's side door and grabbed the handle. No metallic click. I climbed inside and slammed the door. No hollow boom. I sat in the dark cabin, staring at the dashboard. My hands were stained with that fine, gray bone dust. I wiped them on my jeans, but the powder seemed to cling to the creases of my skin, glowing with a faint, ultraviolet shimmer in the dying light. I shoved the key into the ignition and turned it. The engine caught. I could feel the shudder of the block, the heat beginning to seep through the firewall, but the roar of the combustion was missing. To my ears, the car was a silent, vibrating coffin. I shifted into gear and floored it. The tires spun on the gravel, kicking up stones that hit the wheel wells with silent violence. I sped away from the trailhead, my eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. For a moment, as the fog swirled behind me, I thought I saw them. A line of pale, elongated figures standing at the tree line, their backward-snapped heads all tilted at the same inquisitive angle, watching my car depart. They didn't chase me. They didn't need to. They had my resonance. They had my echo. As I drove down the winding mountain road, the world began to distort. It started with the radio. I hadn't turned it on, but the speakers began to hum. It was the same rhythmic lullaby from the hill, the one played at the wrong speed. I reached out to turn the volume knob, but it was already turned to off. The sound was coming from the wires themselves, the electrical current being hijacked by the hill's frequency. Then came the images. In the beam of my headlights, the trees on the side of the road began to change. Their bark rippled, stretching into that familiar, pore-flecked skin. The guardrails turned into rows of long, silver teeth. I blinked, rubbing my eyes, and for a second the world snapped back to normalcy. Just a forest, just a road. But when I looked at the passenger seat, my heart nearly stopped. Elia's camera was sitting there. I hadn't picked it up. I remembered it lying in the gray dirt near the ravine, its lens cracked, a useless relic of our climb. But there it was, the leather strap tangled around the gear shift. The digital display was glowing, a bright, aggressive green in the dark cabin. Playback the screen read. I didn't want to touch it. I wanted to throw it out the window, to watch it bounce silently into the abyss of the valley. But my hand moved of its own accord, drawn to the device by a magnetic pull I couldn't resist. My thumb pressed the enter button. The screen flickered. It wasn't a video. It was a waveform, a jagged, pulsing line of white light that danced in sync with the humming coming from the speakers. As I watched, the waveform began to resolve into shapes. It was a visual representation of a sound, but the sound was a memory. I saw the ravine. I saw myself, seen from a high angle, as if the camera were floating 20 feet in the air. I was kneeling by the dirt, my ear pressed to the ground. But in the video, I wasn't alone. There were dozens of the pale things standing in a circle around me, their long, spindly fingers inches from my neck, their mouthless faces leaning in as if they were smelling my thoughts. I hadn't seen them. I had thought I was alone. The waveform shifted, and the audio, the only audio I could hear, erupted from the car's speakers. It was the sound of the jar breaking, but I hadn't broken the jar. I had dropped it softly. In the recording, the sound was like a thunderclap, followed by a wet, tearing noise. Arthur Elias' voice came through the speakers, clear and terrifyingly close. Don't look at the watch. The watch is how they count the heartbeats. I looked at my wrist. The ticking was back, not in my chest, but under the skin of my forearm. A small, rhythmic bulge was moving up toward my elbow, a lump the size of a marble pulsing in time with the second hand of the watch. I screamed, or I tried to. My mouth opened, my lungs burned, but the silence remained absolute. I gripped the steering wheel so hard the leather groaned, though I couldn't hear it. I was doing 60 on a road meant for 30, the tires screaming silently as I hugged the curves. I needed to get to the town. I needed to see people. I needed to find a place where the noise of humanity was so loud it would drown out the hill's claim on me. The lights of Oakhaven appeared 5 miles out. They were small, amber pinpricks in the valley, usually a welcoming sight, but tonight they looked like embers in a dying fire. As I reached the outskirts of the town, passing the Welcome to Oakhaven sign, I felt a sudden, sharp relief. The humming in the speakers died. The vibration in my arms subsided. The camera on the passenger seat went dark. I pulled into a gas station, the fluorescent lights overhead buzzing with a sound I could actually hear. I sobbed. The sound of my own weeping was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. It was ragged, ugly, and real. I leaned my head against the steering wheel, listening to the click-click-click of the cooling engine. I was back. I had my voice. I had my sound. I stepped out of the car, my legs shaking. The gas station attendant was inside the glass booth, reading a magazine. I walked toward the door, my footsteps crunching on the pavement. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I wanted to run up to him, to grab him by the shoulders, to hear him complain about the weather or the price of cigarettes. I pushed the door open. The little bell above the door chimed, a clear silver ring. The attendant looked up. He smiled, a polite, bored expression. "Evening," he said. I opened my mouth to speak. "Help me," I wanted to say. "My friend is still up there." The hill took him. But as the air left my lungs, the sound that came out wasn't words. It was the sound of a stone hitting a rusted radiator. Clang! The attendant's smile vanished. He flinched, dropping his magazine, his hands flying to his ears. "What the hell was that?" he yelled. I tried again. "I'm sorry," I tried to say. "I don't know what's happening." Clang, clang shrrrkk. The sound was deafening. It didn't come from my throat. It erupted from the air around me, a metallic, dissonant screech that shattered a row of soda bottles on the nearby shelf. The glass sprayed across the floor in a silent cascade, but the sound of the impact was replaced by the humming of the hill. I backed away, horrified. I clapped my hands over my mouth, but the sound of my palms hitting my face was the sound of a shovel hitting wet dirt. The attendant was backing away into the storage room, his face pale with terror. "Get out. I don't know what kind of speaker you've got in there, but get out." I turned and ran back to my car. As I scrambled inside, I looked in the rearview mirror. My reflection was wrong. My face was still mine, but my eyes, they were starting to turn silver. And behind me, sitting in the backseat of the car, was the jar, the one I had left in the hollow, the one the woman had told me to fill with my sound. It was no longer empty. It was filled with a swirling, dark gray smoke, and pressed against the inside of the glass was a single human ear. The ear was twitching. It was listening. I realized then that the woman hadn't been helping me. She had been harvesting me. I hadn't given the hill my echo to escape. I had given it the key to my frequency. The hill wasn't behind me anymore. It was inside me. Every sound I made, every vibration I produced, was being filtered through the archive of Blackwood Hill. I looked at the jar in the back seat. The smoke inside began to pulse. Arthur, the jar whispered. It was the woman's voice now, the radio voice. You didn't give enough. You kept the name. You kept the heart. I grabbed the jar, intending to smash it against the pavement, but as my fingers touched the glass, I felt a jolt of electricity that paralyzed my arm. The glass wasn't cold. It was skin warm. Elias, I whispered, or tried to. The sound that came out was the sound of a camera shutter clicking. Click, click, click. I looked out the windshield. The gas station was gone. The fluorescent lights, the soda bottles, the terrified attendant, all gone. I was sitting in my car, but the car was parked in the middle of a gray, silent field. The static clouds were thick above me, and the pale, skin-bark trees were standing in a perfect circle around the vehicle. I hadn't left. I had never reached the road. The hill had played the sound of the car engine, the sound of the wind, the sound of the gas station bell, all to keep me moving, to keep me vibrating so it could finish the harvest. The town of Oakhaven had been a playback, a lure to see how much more sound I could produce when I thought I was safe. I looked at the dashboard, 4:58 p.m. The second hand on my watch was still moving, but it wasn't a watch anymore. The face of the clock had melted, and in its place was a tiny, pulsing mouth. It was my mouth. Help, the tiny mouth whispered. It was so quiet I almost couldn't hear it over the humming of the earth. I looked out the window. The creature from the ravine was standing at the hood of my car. It wasn't vibrating anymore. It was still. It reached out a long, translucent finger and touched the windshield. Where it touched, the glass didn't crack. It turned into skin. The transformation began to spread. The metal of the hood rippled, the blue paint fading into a dull, wrinkled gray. The steering wheel felt soft in my hands, the leather merging with my palms. The car was being digested. I was being digested. I reached for the door handle, but it was gone, absorbed into the fleshy mass of the door panel. I was trapped in a ribcage of steel and bone. The creature lined its backward-snapped head against the windshield. It had no eyes, but I knew it was looking at the jar in the back seat. It was waiting for the final sound. I felt a pressure in my chest, a buildup of air that felt like a physical weight. It was the sound of my name, the last thing I had held onto, the hook the woman had spoken of. I knew that if I spoke it, if I let it go, the transformation would be complete. I would become a tree in the grid, a skin-covered pillar in the archive of the hill. I would be silent forever, a muffled drone in the lullaby. But if I didn't? The creature tapped on the windshield skin. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was the beat of a drum, a war drum. From the woods, 1,000 voices began to hum. It wasn't the lullaby anymore. It was a rhythmic, rising chant. They were calling for the name. They were calling for the final piece of the story. I looked at the ear in the jar. It turned toward me. Arthur, the ear said, say it, and the ache will stop. My teeth ached, my bones ached. The silence was a scream I couldn't release. I leaned back against the seat, which felt like a warm, living lung. I closed my eyes. I thought of the hill, of its hunger, of its vast, silent patience. It had swallowed the sound of the wind, the sound of the rain, the sound of Elas. And now it wanted the sound of me. I opened my mouth. I felt the name sitting on my tongue like a heavy, golden coin. I didn't say it. I bit down. I bit my tongue until I felt the metallic tang of blood, until the pain was a white-hot vibration that drowned out the humming of the hill. I swallowed the name. I swallowed the blood. The creature outside let out a sound. It wasn't a scream. It was the sound of a radio being tuned to a dead frequency. A harsh, jagged burst of white noise that shattered the remaining glass in the car. The car shuddered. The skin bark began to retract, the metal groaning as it returned to its cold, inorganic state. The creature backed away, its limbs twitching in frustration. I had denied it the resonance. I had broken the frequency with pain. But the hill wasn't finished. The ground beneath the car began to open, not like a hole, but like a mouth. The gray loam parted, revealing a throat of jagged white stones that looked like molars. The car began to tilt. I grabbed the gear shift, but it snapped off in my hand, no longer metal, but a brittle piece of bone. As the car slid into the darkness of the hill's gullet, I saw Elas one last time. He was standing among the trees, his skin already gray, his eyes silver. He wasn't reaching for me. He was holding a conductor's baton. Well, I raised it. And as the darkness swallowed me, the hill began to sing. It was a song of every sound I had ever loved, played all at once, a cacophony of joy and terror that was so loud it was silent. I fell into the static. The last thing I heard before the world ended was the ticking. Slid hiss, and then nothing at all. The transition from the falling sensation to the stasis was not a crash, but a fading. One moment, the car was tilting into the subterranean maw of Blackwood Hill, the headlights cutting useless swaths through the encroaching loam. The next, I was suspended. The physics of the descent had simply ceased to apply. I was no longer sitting in a seat or gripping a steering wheel. I was a pocket of consciousness trapped in a gelatinous, pressurized amber. The silence here was different. On the surface, the silence had been an absence, a theft. Here in the belly of the hill, the silence was a physical entity. It pressed against my eardrums with the weight of 1,000 atmospheres. It felt like cold oil being poured into my ear canals, coating the delicate machinery of my inner ear until the very concept of vibration became a memory. I opened my eyes, though I couldn't tell if they were actually open or if the darkness was simply projecting images directly onto my retinas. I was floating in a vast, vaulted chamber of gray. It wasn't stone. The walls were translucent, ribbed with colossal, pulsing conduits that looked like the veins of a god. They glowed with a rhythmic, bioluminescent thrum, a pale, sickly violet that ebbed and flowed in time with a heartbeat that wasn't mine. I tried to move my limbs, but they felt heavy, encased in a thick, invisible caul. I was a specimen in a jar. Then the playback began. It didn't come from a speaker. It erupted from the walls themselves. The conduits flared bright, and a sound tore through the chamber. It was the sound of a child laughing. It was my sister, Sarah, from a summer 20 years ago. The clarity was agonizing. I could hear the specific whistle of the wind through her baby teeth, the crinkle of her polyester sundress, the slap of her bare feet on a wooden dock. The hill wasn't just storing sounds, it was deconstructing them. The laughter stretched. The pitch dropped until the joyful sound became a guttural, mechanical groan. The hill was digesting the memory, stripping away the emotional resonance to find the raw frequency beneath. I watched as the violet light in the conduits turned a jagged, electric white. Larther. The voice was Elas, but it was layered. 1,000 versions of his voice stacked on top of one another like a choir of ghosts. Arthur, don't fight the dampening. If you vibrate, they can find the marrow. I looked toward the source of the voice. Floating a few yards away was a shape. It was draped in the same translucent gray film that coated the walls. It took me a moment to realize it was a person. The features were blurred. The skin stretched thin over the skull until the face was a smooth, featureless mask of bone dust and silver. It was Elas, or what remained of the frequency that had been Elas. He wasn't moving his mouth. He didn't have one. The sound was leaking from the pores of his skin, a telepathic broadcast of stored audio. The archive is full, Arthur, the Elas shape pulsed. They've been collecting since the glaciers receded. Every scream of a dying elk, every whisper of a panicked hiker, every prayer uttered in the dark. They don't want the words, they want the tension. The resonance of fear is the most stable fuel they have. I struggled against the call, my panic rising like bile. If I stayed here, I would be stripped. My first word, my mother's lullaby, the sound of my own heartbeat, they would all be harvested, categorized, and flattened into the static that powered this nightmare. I felt a sharp, stinging sensation in my throat. The name I had bitten down on, the golden coin of my identity, was trying to force its way out. My jaw felt like it was being pried open by invisible crowbars. Give it to them, Elas urged, and now his voice sounded different. It sounded hungry. If you give them the name, the pressure stops. You become the static. You become the hill. It's so quiet, Arthur. You wouldn't believe how beautiful the silence is once you stop trying to hear. I looked at him, at the thing that used to be my friend, and saw the silver wires trailing from his fingertips into the walls of the chamber. He wasn't just a prisoner, he was a component. He was a biological transducer, feeding the hill his history to keep the lights on. I realized then that the woman with the silver eyes hadn't been the master of this place. She was just another frequency, a complex arrangement of stolen sounds used to interface with the echoes they brought down here. The pressure in my chest became unbearable. The name Arthur felt like a hot coal, searing my lungs. The chamber began to spin, the violet light intensifying until it was a blinding, screaming ultraviolet. The hill wanted its final payment. I reached out, my fingers fumbling through the thick air, and my hand brushed against something hard and cold. It was the jar. It was floating in the stasis with me, the dark gray smoke inside swirling in a frantic, clockwise motion. The human ear inside was pressed against the glass, its pinna twitching as if it were trying to catch a distant signal. I didn't try to break it this time. I knew the glass was part of the hill's anatomy. Instead, I pulled the jar toward my chest. If the hill functioned on resonance, on the perfect alignment of frequencies, then the only way to escape was to create a dissonance it couldn't absorb. I thought of the most discordant, ugly sound I knew. Not a scream, not a cry of pain. Those were too pure, too easily harvested. I thought of the sound of the world breaking. I thought of the screech of the car's tires on the asphalt, the grinding of the rusted radiator, the clang of the stone in the gas station. I didn't use my voice, I used my memory. I channeled the sound into the jar. I imagined the smoke inside being shredded by the vibration. I didn't think of my name, I thought of the absence of a name. I thought of the white noise between radio stations, the chaotic, meaningless roar of a universe that didn't care about harmony. The jar began to vibrate, not the rhythmic, soothing thrum of the hill, but a violent, erratic shudder. The Elas shape recoiled, its silver eyes widening, or where eyes should have been, the skin puckered in a gesture of agony. "Stop!" the choir of Elias's shrieked. You're tearing the archive. You're polluting the silence. The walls of the chamber began to ripple. The violet conduits flickered and died, replaced by a harsh, flickering orange. The skin of the hill began to blister and peel, revealing the cold, unyielding rock beneath. The hill wasn't a biological organism. It was a machine of bone and sound, and I was throwing a wrench into its gears. The pressure in my throat exploded. I didn't say my name. I let out a sound that was a jagged, broken mess of every dissonance I had ever encountered. It was the sound of 1,000 jars breaking, 1,000 cars crashing, 1,000 clocks ticking out of sync. The jar in my hands shattered. The dark gray smoke didn't dissipate. It expanded, turning into a cloud of razor-sharp static that tore through the chamber. The call around my body snapped. I was no longer floating. I was falling again, but this time I was falling upward. The darkness rushed past me, but it wasn't silent anymore. It was screaming. The hill was screaming with the voices of everyone it had ever swallowed, a chaotic, unorganized release of 1,000 years of stolen audio. I saw the woman with the silver eyes. She was standing on a ledge of bone, her face melting into a puddle of liquid mercury. She tried to reach for me, her mouth opening to deliver one last lullaby, but the static tore her apart before she could make a sound. I hit the surface like a diver breaching the water. I was lying on the gray dirt of the trailhead. The sun was gone, replaced by a bruised purple twilight. The air was cold, and for the first time in hours I could hear the wind. It wasn't a rhythmic hum, it was a chaotic, beautiful mess. It whistled through the pines, rustled the dry leaves, and carried the distant, wonderful smell of rain. I rolled onto my back, gasping for air. My throat burned as if I had swallowed glass, but when I coughed, the sound was real. It was a wet, hacking sound that echoed off the trees. I looked at my hands. The gray bone dust was gone. My skin was pale, bruised, and covered in real, honest dirt. I looked toward the hill. The peak of Blackwood Hill looked different. It wasn't a looming, predatory shadow anymore. It looked smaller, hunched, like a tooth that had been hollowed out by rot. The trees on its slopes were no longer swaying in unison. They were jagged and broken, their branches reaching for the sky in a disorganized tangle. The static clouds were gone. The stars were out, sharp, cold points of light that didn't vibrate. I stood up, my legs feeling like lead. I looked for my car, but the shoulder of the road was empty. There were no tire tracks in the gravel. There was no sign that I had ever parked there, no sign that I had ever left. Then I heard it. A soft, metallic clink from the darkness of the woods. I froze, my heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, syncopated rhythm. I waited for the humming to start, for the pressure behind my eyes to return. But the sound didn't repeat. I walked toward the edge of the road, my boots crunching on the gravel. Crunch, crunch. The sound was small, insignificant, and perfect. I looked down at the ground. Lying in the dirt, half buried by a drift of dead leaves, was a small, silver object. I knelt and picked it up. It was Elas' watch. The glass was cracked, the leather strap charred as if by a high-voltage current. I held it to my ear. It wasn't ticking. I pressed the button on the side, and the small digital display flickered to life for a fraction of a second. It didn't show the time. It showed a single word, written in the same aggressive, green light I had seen on the camera. Recording. I dropped the watch as if it were red hot. From the woods, a new sound emerged. It wasn't the hill. It wasn't the woman. It was a voice, a single human voice, thin and reedy, coming from somewhere deep in the ravine. Larther. It was Elias, but it wasn't the choir. It was just him. He sounded tired. He sounded lost. Larther, is that you? I think I found the echo. It's beautiful. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I looked at the watch lying in the dirt. The green light was still glowing, a tiny, malevolent eye in the dark. Recording. I realized then that the hill hadn't lost. It hadn't been destroyed. It had just changed its tactics. It didn't need to swallow me anymore. It had found a way to bridge the gap. The dissonance I had released hadn't broken the archive. It had broadcast it. I turned and began to run down the road, away from the hill, away from the voice in the ravine. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until my lungs felt like they were on fire and the lights of the valley were visible in the distance. As I ran, I realized the world was no longer silent. But it wasn't right either. The sound of my breathing was slightly out of sync with my chest. The sound of my footsteps followed a split second after my feet hit the ground. The world was a playback, a delayed transmission. I reached the welcome to Oakhaven sign. I stopped, leaning against the cold metal post, trying to catch my breath. The town below was a sea of amber lights. I could hear the hum of the power lines, the distant bark of a dog, the muffled roar of a truck on the highway. I closed my eyes and listened. Beneath the noise of the town, beneath the wind and the traffic, there was a new sound. It was faint, almost imperceptible, like the hum of a television left on in another room. It was a rhythmic, rising lullaby. I looked at the sign. The welcome to Oakhaven lettering was peeling, and as I watched, the metal began to ripple, stretching into a familiar, pore-flecked texture. The hill wasn't behind me. It hadn't been an archive. It was a signal. And now, the whole world was beginning to pick up the frequency. I opened my mouth to scream, but I already knew what would happen. I waited for the sound to catch up to the action. 1 second, 2 seconds. Clang. The sound of my terror echoed off the valley walls, a metallic, hollow ring that signaled the beginning of the end. The stars above began to flicker, turning from white to a sickly, pulsing violet. I wasn't back in the world. I had just brought this hill home with me. The sensation of the world being out of sync was not merely a psychological tremor. It was a physical nausea, a motion sickness of the soul. Every time I blinked, the wet slap of my eyelids arrived a heartbeat late. I reached out to touch the cold metal of the welcome to Oakhaven sign, and my fingers met the surface in a silence so absolute it felt like a vacuum. Then, as I began to pull my hand away, the sharp clink of flesh hitting steel finally caught up, vibrating through the air like a ghostly afterthought. I stood there, trembling in the middle of the road, watching the town of Oakhaven below. It looked like a postcard left out in the rain, colors bleeding, edges softening. The amber streetlights didn't just glow, they throbbed. They were breathing in time with that subterranean heartbeat I thought I had left behind in the belly of the hill. I started walking toward the first row of houses, my legs moving with a mechanical, jerky gait. I needed to see another person. I needed to hear a voice that wasn't a recording, a sound that wasn't a delayed transmission. I reached the outskirts of the residential district, where the neat suburban lawns of Willow Creek Lane sat under the oppressive purple sky. The first house was a white colonial with a blue door. A tricycle lay overturned on the sidewalk. I walked up the driveway, my footsteps echoing with that maddening half-second delay. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I reached the front window and peered inside. The Miller family was there. I knew them. Jim Miller ran the local hardware store. They were sitting around the dinner table, bathed in the flickering blue light of a television. But they weren't eating. They were perfectly still, their forks suspended halfway to their mouths. Jim, his wife Sarah, and their two young boys were staring at the TV screen, which showed nothing but a roiling sea of gray and white static. As I watched, Jim's throat began to ripple. His skin looked like wet parchment, translucent and thin. A sound began to leak from his closed lips, a high-pitched, electronic whine that modulated in waves. It was the sound of a modem dialing into a dead line. Then Sarah's mouth opened, and the sound of a tea kettle whistling erupted from her chest. They weren't people anymore. They were speakers. I backed away from the window, my breath hitching in my throat. The sound of my gasp didn't come until I was halfway down the driveway, a sharp, ragged inhalation that seemed to mock me from the shadows. I turned and ran toward the center of town, my heart a frantic, silent hammer in my chest. The deeper I went into Oak Haven, the louder the archive became. The town wasn't being destroyed. It was being overwritten. The sound of the wind was being replaced by the looped recording of a heavy gale from 50 years ago. The smell of the pines was being replaced by the sterile, ozone scent of a recording studio. I reached Main Street. The traffic lights were all flashing a frantic, rhythmic violet. In the middle of the intersection, a group of people stood in a circle, their heads tilted back, their eyes silver and wide. They weren't speaking to each other. They were harmonizing. Each of them was emitting a different frequency, a car horn, a dog's bark, a woman's sob, the rustle of a newspaper. Together, they formed a chord so complex and discordant it made my teeth ache. "Well, stop it," I screamed. The sound of my voice didn't arrive for 3 full seconds. When it finally did, it was distorted, layered with the metallic tang of the hill's belly. The circle of people turned as one. Their movements were fluid, devoid of the friction of bone and muscle. They looked at me with those vacant, silver eyes, and for a moment the harmony stopped. The silence that followed was a physical blow, a sudden drop in pressure that made my nose begin to bleed. One of them stepped forward. It was the sheriff, Miller's brother. He opened his mouth, and instead of words, he played back the sound of my own footsteps from 5 minutes ago. Crunch, crunch, crunch. "You brought the resonance, Arthur," a voice said. I spun around. Standing on the sidewalk outside the general store was the woman with the silver eyes. She looked more solid now, her skin no longer melting, her floral dress vibrant against the graying world. She was holding a small, black transistor radio. "I didn't bring anything," I hissed, my voice finally catching up to my lips in a frantic burst. "I fought it. I broke the jar." She smiled, and the sound of a violin string snapping echoed through the street. "The jar wasn't a cage, Arthur. It was a filter. By breaking it, you allowed the raw frequency to bleed into the world. You didn't escape the hill. You became its antenna." She held up the radio. From the small, mesh speaker came the sound of the ticking. Slid hiss, slid hiss. "The archive is expanding," she said, her voice a perfect imitation of a news anchor's professional lilt. "Oak Haven is the first movement in a very long symphony. The silence was never the goal. The goal was the perfect, immutable record. A world where nothing is lost because nothing is truly alive. Everything is just a vibration, stored and replayed forever." I looked at the people in the intersection. They were beginning to move again, their limbs twitching in time with the radio's ticking. They weren't just mimicking sounds, they were becoming them. The sheriff's skin was turning the color of weathered asphalt. The woman next to him was beginning to grow long, thin needles of bone that looked like the grooves of a vinyl record. "I won't let you," I said, though the words felt hollow. "You already did," she replied. "Every sound you make, every thought you have, is now a part of the broadcast. Look at your shadow, Arthur." I looked down. The streetlights were casting long, distorted shadows across the pavement. But my shadow wasn't moving with me. It was standing still, its arms raised in a gesture of supplication. And from the shadow, a sound was emerging, the sound of my mother's voice, singing the lullaby I had tried so hard to forget. The shadow was my memory, detached and harvested. I realized then that the Arthur standing in the street was just the husk. The hill had already taken the marrow. I was a ghost in my own body, a lingering echo of a man who had died the moment he stepped onto Blackwood Hill. The woman began to walk toward me, the radio held high. The ticking grew louder, filling the street, drowning out the wind and the distant cries of the town. "Don't worry," she whispered, her voice a soft hiss of static. "The ache will stop soon. Once the recording is complete, there is no more pain, only the playback." I backed away, stumbling over the curb. I felt something hard in my pocket. I reached in and pulled out the piece of bone, the gear shift that had snapped off in the car. It felt warm, vibrating with a low-frequency hum. I looked at the bone, then at the woman, then at the silver-eyed residents of Oak Haven. If I was the antenna, then I was the only one who could change the station. I didn't run this time. I sat down in the middle of the street, ignoring the delayed sound of my body hitting the pavement. I closed my eyes and reached into the center of my mind, past the memories of Sarah, past the fear of Elas, past the sound of the ticking. I looked for the silence I had found in the jar, the true silence, the one that wasn't an absence of sound, but a rejection of it. I gripped the bone gear shift until my knuckles turned white. I didn't think of a sound to counter the hill. I thought of a void. I imagined a black hole in the center of the town, a place where no vibration could escape, where the very concept of a wave was extinguished. The woman stopped. The radio in her hand began to sputter, the ticking becoming erratic. Slid, hiss hiss, slid. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice cracking, revealing a glimpse of the screeching white noise beneath. I didn't answer. I focused all my will on the bone in my hand. It began to glow, not with the violet light of the hill, but with a flat, matte blackness that seemed to suck the light out of the air. The people in the intersection began to scream, but the sounds were being cut short, swallowed by the void I was conjuring. The sheriff's car horn blast was truncated, turned into a dull thud. The woman's violin string snap was muffled, as if she were underwater. The world began to blur. The streetlights flickered and died, not because the power was out, but because the light itself couldn't reach my eyes. "You'll destroy everything," the woman shrieked, her face beginning to distort, her silver eyes leaking a thick black fluid. "If you kill the sound, you kill the memory. There will be nothing left." "Good," I whispered. The word didn't echo, it didn't delay. It simply existed, then vanished. The bone gear shift shattered in my hand. A wave of absolute stillness erupted from the center of the intersection. It wasn't a blast of air or a wall of fire. It was a ripple of non-existence. As it hit the people, they didn't fall. They simply ceased to be audible. Their forms remained, but they were like silhouettes cut out of the world, silent and hollow. The woman with the silver eyes let out one final, jagged burst of static before she, too, was silenced. The radio fell to the ground, its plastic casing crumbling into fine gray dust. The wave continued, expanding outward through Oakhaven, erasing the thrum of the power lines, the ticking of the clocks, the heartbeat of the hill. I felt the silence wash over me. It was cold, colder than the belly of the hill, but it was clean. The pressure in my ears vanished. The delay was gone. I looked up at the sky. The violet hue was fading, replaced by the true, deep black of a mountain night. The stars were still there, but they were dim, their light struggling to penetrate the shroud of silence I had pulled over the town. I stood up. I couldn't hear my feet on the gravel. I couldn't hear my own breath. I was a shadow moving through a world of shadows. I walked back toward the welcome to Oakhaven sign. The metal was cold and real again. The skin bark had retracted, leaving only rusted steel. I looked back at the town. It was still there, but it was quiet. No dogs barked. No televisions hummed. The people were still in their houses, frozen in their silent dinner parties, but the hill's signal had been cut. They were no longer speakers. They were just still. I didn't know if I had saved them, or if I had simply condemned them to a different kind of death, but the ache in my bones had stopped. I turned away from Oakhaven and began to walk down the dark highway, toward the horizon where the sun would eventually rise. I walked in total silence. I didn't think of my name. I didn't think of Elas. I didn't think of the hill. I just walked. After a mile, I reached into my pocket and found one last thing I hadn't noticed before. It was a small, smooth stone, a white molar from the throat of the hill. I held it up to my ear. For a long time, there was nothing. Then, so faint it might have been an illusion, I heard it. "Well, dig, just one." I threw the stone into the darkness of the woods and kept walking. The silence was heavy, but for the first time in my life, I was the one who owned it. As the first gray light of dawn began to touch the tops of the trees, I realized I couldn't hear the birds. I couldn't hear the wind. I reached up and touched my ears. They were smooth, no canals, no openings, just a seamless layer of pale, cold skin. I tried to scream, but I had no mouth. I was the perfect record. I was the final piece of the story. And the hill, far behind me in the purple shadows, began to hum a new song, a song of a man who had tried to swallow the world, only to find that the world had already swallowed him. The static returned, soft and low, like a blanket being pulled over a sleeping child. "Als lidhiss, als lidhiss, als lidhiss." The horizon did not bring the sun. It brought a deepening of the gray, a monochromatic dawn that tasted of stagnant water and old copper. I continued to walk, my legs moving with a fluid, terrifying efficiency. There was no resistance from the air, no friction from the pavement. I was a ghost traversing a charcoal sketch. The lack of a mouth was not a physical deformity I could feel with nerves. It was an absence of function, a sealed horizon where my identity used to exit. I reached up again, my fingers smooth, tapering into points of hard, keratinous stillness, tracing the blank expanse where my lips had been. There was no scar tissue. There was only the same poor-flecked, pale texture of the hill's interior. I was becoming a monument to the very silence I had tried to weaponize. The highway stretched on, but the landmarks had begun to repeat. I passed the same rusted shell of a 1970s sedan 3 times in what felt like an hour. Each time the car was more integrated into the asphalt, its tires melting into the road like wax. The world was losing its resolution. The objects around me were being simplified, stripped of their unique vibrations until they were merely placeholders in a grand, static archive. I realized then that my void hadn't destroyed the signal, it had merely compressed it. I had deleted the noise, leaving only the cold, hard data of the world's existence. I stopped by the side of the road where a payphone booth stood, a relic of a time when voices traveled through wires. I stepped inside, the glass door sliding shut with a silent, heavy finality. I picked up the receiver. I didn't expect a dial tone. I expected the hill. Instead, I heard a heartbeat. It wasn't mine. It was too slow, too rhythmic, like the tolling of a bell underwater. Thump, pause, thump. With every beat, the plastic of the receiver softened against my ear, beginning to fuse with the skin of my head. I tried to pull away, but the booth had become a vacuum, the pressure pinning me against the metal coin slot. The heartbeat accelerated. It wasn't a heart at all. It was the sound of a shutter clicking. Click, click, click. The world outside the glass flickered. With every flash, the gray landscape shifted. In one frame, the woods were lush and green. In the next, they were charred skeletal remains. In the third, they were rows of tall, thin cylinders pulsating with violet light. The hill was cycling through its history, replaying every version of itself it had ever recorded, and I was the needle caught in the groove. I slammed my fist against the glass. No sound. I kicked the door. No vibration. I was trapped in a sensory deprivation chamber of my own making. The Welcome to Oakhaven sign appeared again, right outside the booth, despite the miles I had walked. It was closer now. The letters weren't peeling anymore. They were pulsing. WLCOME. The W detached itself from the metal and drifted toward the glass like an organism in a petri dish. It pressed against the pane, its sharp edges softening into a series of rhythmic undulations. It wasn't a letter, it was a waveform, a visual representation of a scream that had been captured a century ago. I understood then the true nature of the archive. It didn't just store sounds, it translated them into matter. The hill was a physical manifestation of every vibration that had ever died within its reach. The trees were petrified whispers, the rocks were calcified shouts, and the people of Oakhaven, they were becoming the new vocabulary. The phone booth began to fill with a thick, translucent liquid that smelled of ozone and wet earth. It rose to my knees, then my waist. I didn't struggle. There was no point. My lungs, if they still existed, didn't crave air. They craved resonance. As the fluid reached my chest, the receiver in my hand finally merged completely with my skull. The heartbeat in the wire became my own, and then the voice returned. It wasn't the woman, it wasn't Elas. It was a composite, 1,000 voices layered on top of one another, a choir of the forgotten. Arthur the collective whispered. The sound didn't come through my ears. It vibrated through my teeth, my ribs, my fingernails. Why do you still run? The needle is almost at the end of the side. The flip is coming. I looked out through the rising fluid at the Oakhaven sign. The entire town was now visible through the glass, but it was no longer a town. It was a massive, spiraling disk of obsidian, miles wide, etched with billions of microscopic grooves. The houses, the cars, the people, they were the dust trapped in the tracks. The world is a noisy place, Arthur. The voice continued, now sounding suspiciously like my own father, his tone weary and disappointed. Too much feedback, too much distortion. We are just cleaning the track. We are the remaster. The fluid covered my head. I expected to drown, but instead I felt a sudden, violent expansion of my senses. I could hear the rotation of the earth, a low, grinding groan of tectonic plates. I could hear the sun, a roaring, chaotic furnace of hydrogen fusion. I could hear the stars, a cold, crystalline tinkling like glass shattering in slow motion. I wasn't an antenna, I was the stylus. My body, now a singular, hardened point of hyperdense matter, was being lowered onto the surface of the world disk. I felt the first groove catch me. The sensation was agonizing. It was the sound of every tragedy, every birth, every secret whispered in the dark, all rushing through me at once. I was the conduit for the entire history of Oakhaven, and beyond it, the valley, and beyond that, the world. I felt the friction of time itself wearing me down, grinding my edges, polishing me into a tool of perfect reproduction. I saw Elas. He wasn't in the ravine. He was a few grooves away, his body stretched into a long, thin ribbon of silver light, vibrating at the frequency of a cello. He looked happy. He was part of the music now. He didn't have to worry about being lost, because in the archive, everything is exactly where it was meant to be. The woman with the silver eyes was the conductor. She stood at the center of the disc, her arms raised, her floral dress now a swirling nebula of static. She looked at me, and for a second the music faltered. "You wanted to know what was in the hill, Arthur," she said, her voice the only clear thing in the cacophony. "It's not a place, it's a process. It's the universe remembering itself." But it's dead, I thought, the thought itself manifesting as a jagged spike in the groove. A memory isn't alive, it's just a ghost. "Life is noise," she countered. "Noise is error. We are the correction." The disc began to spin faster. The gray dawn was replaced by a strobe light effect of day and night, centuries passing in seconds. I felt my consciousness beginning to fray, the Arthur part of me being smoothed out by the relentless rotation. I was becoming the sound of the wind. I was becoming the rustle of the leaves. I was becoming the ticking of the watch I had dropped in the dirt. I realized I could still see the watch. It was lying in the center of the disc, near the woman's feet. The green light was still glowing. Recording. The hill wasn't just replaying the past. It was recording the present to ensure the future was identical. It was a closed loop, a perfect, infinite circle. I focused all that remained of my will. I wasn't a man anymore, and I wasn't a void. I was a flaw, a piece of grit in the machinery. If I couldn't stop the music, I would ruin the recording. I began to vibrate, not in harmony with the disc, but against it. I forced myself to be discordant. I thought of every lie I had ever told, every broken promise, every sharp, ugly word that had ever left my mouth. I gathered the entropy of my life and pushed it into the point of my contact with the world. The sound was horrific. It was the sound of a diamond scratching a mirror. It was a screech that tore through the layers of the archive, ripping through the memories of Oakhaven, shredding the lullabies and the heartbeats. The woman's eyes widened. The silver fluid began to boil. "Stop, you're scarring the master." I didn't stop, I dug deeper. I became a gouge in the obsidian. I felt the disc begin to wobble. The rotation slowed. The strobe light of the centuries stuttered, caught between a Tuesday in 1954 and a Friday in 2024. The sky began to crack, not like glass, but like a digital screen losing its signal. Massive blocks of color appeared in the firmament, bright magentas, sickly cyans, voids of pure white. The welcome to Oakhaven sign distorted until it was a pile of unreadable pixels. You'll erase us all, the choir screamed, the sound now a distorted, bit-crushed mess. Good, I thought again. The friction became heat. The obsidian disc began to smoke. The smell of burning vinyl filled the universe. I felt myself melting, my hyperdense form softening, merging with the very scars I was creating. I was losing my shape, but the music was dying with me. The last thing I saw was the watch. The green light flickered. The word recording changed. For a fraction of a second, it showed a different word. Error. Then the world went black. It wasn't the black of the void. It wasn't the black of the night. It was the black of a television that had been unplugged. A flat, dead nothingness that held no weight and no sound. I waited. There was no heartbeat, no ticking, no wind. I felt a sensation of falling, though there was no gravity to define it. I was a single point of awareness in a sea of non-data. I thought of my name, Arthur. It felt like a word from a language I no longer spoke. I thought of Oakhaven. It felt like a dream I had had once, a long time ago. Then a spark. It was tiny, a pinprick of white light in the distance. It wasn't the violet of the hill or the amber of the streetlights. It was a raw, flickering, unstable light. I moved toward it, or perhaps it moved toward me. As it got closer, I realized it was a sound. It wasn't a recording. It wasn't a harmony. It was a cough. A single, wet, human cough. I broke through a membrane of cold, thin air. My lungs suddenly burned. I gasped, and the sound of my intake of breath was immediate, sharp, and perfectly in sync with the movement of my chest. I was lying on my back. The ground beneath me was damp and uneven. I could smell pine needles and old rain. I could hear the rustle of the wind in the trees, and it wasn't a loop. It was chaotic, unpredictable, and beautiful. I opened my eyes. I was in the ravine, the real ravine. The sky above was a pale, pre-dawn blue, the stars fading naturally into the morning light. There was no violet pulse, no silver eyes. I sat up, my joints aching with a wonderful human soreness. I reached for my face. My mouth was there. My lips were cracked and dry, but they were there. I touched my ears. The canals were open, the cold morning air whistling slightly against the lobes. I looked around. A few feet away, Elas was slumped against a tree. He was breathing shallow, ragged breaths, but he was alive. His eyes were closed, his face pale, but he looked like a man, not a ribbon of light. Elas, I croaked. My voice was a wreck, a dry rattle in my throat, but it was mine. I didn't move. I crawled toward him, my hands digging into the dirt. As I moved, my hand brushed against something hard. I looked down. It was the watch. The digital display was cracked. The green light was gone. It was just an old, cheap piece of plastic. I picked it up, expecting to see the time or a word or nothing at all. The screen was blank, but as I held it, a single line of text flickered into existence, faint and fading. Playback isn't DODs. I dropped the watch and reached for Elas, shaking his shoulder. He groaned, his eyes fluttering open. They weren't silver. They were a dull, bloodshot brown. Arthur, he whispered, is it over? I think so, I said, looking up toward the top of the ravine. The hill was still there. It looked like a normal hill, covered in shadows and trees, but it felt empty. The weight was gone. The pressure that had sat on the back of my neck since I arrived in Oakhaven had evaporated. We climbed out of the ravine slowly, helping each other over the rocks and through the brambles. Every sound we made, the snapping of twigs, the heavy thud of our boots, the laboring of our breath, was a miracle. It was new. It was happening now, and then it was gone, leaving no trace, no record. When we reached the road, the welcome to Oakhaven sign was there. It was just a sign. The paint was peeling in the way that normal paint peels over years of sun and rain. We walked toward the town. The first houses were quiet, but it was the quiet of sleep, not the quiet of stasis. A dog barked in the distance, and the sound carried, fading naturally into the hills. A car started up 3 streets over, the engine coughing before settling into a steady idle. We reached the Miller house. The blue door was shut. The tricycle was still on the sidewalk. I looked through the window. The house was dark, the family asleep in their beds, safe in the messy, unrecorded chaos of their lives. I looked at my hands. They were covered in dirt and blood. They were shaking. "We have to leave," Elas said, his voice stronger now. "We have to get out of the valley." "I know," I said. But as we turned to walk toward my car, which I could see now, parked exactly where I had left it, the engine cold but intact, I stopped. I listened. Deep in the woods, behind the hill, there was a sound. It wasn't a tick, it wasn't a hiss. It was a hum, low, resonant, and growing. The hill hadn't been destroyed, I had just scratched the record, and a scratch doesn't stop the music, it just makes it skip. I looked at Oakhaven, the town beginning to wake up, the first amber lights of the kitchens flickering on. The world wasn't a playback anymore, but the recording had started again, and this time it knew my name. We got into the car. I turned the key. The engine roared to life, a beautiful, messy explosion of sound. I put the car in gear. The gear shift was solid, cold steel, and we drove. We didn't look back at the hill. We didn't look back at the sign. But as we crossed the bridge out of the valley, the radio in the dashboard flickered to life on its own. There was no music, no news. Just the sound of my own voice from 5 minutes ago, whispering to Elas in the dark. "I think so," the radio said. Then static. And then the ticking began. The radio did not just play back the words, it played the space between them. It captured the wetness of my throat, the infinitesimal tremor of a man realizing he was no longer the architect of his own silence. Elas stared at the dashboard, his face illuminated by the sickly green glow of the frequency display. He didn't reach for the dial. He didn't scream. He simply sat there, his hands folded in his lap like 2 dead birds, watching the numbers on the screen cycle rapidly through every station, never stopping, never settling, yet always emitting that same crisp, high-fidelity recording of our own immediate past. "I think so," the radio repeated. It was a loop, but with every rotation, the voice grew deeper, layered with a metallic resonance that suggested the car itself was beginning to vibrate at the frequency of the memory. I slammed my palm against the power button. The screen went dark, but the voice did not stop. It migrated. It crawled out of the speakers and into the door panels, then into the upholstery. The very air inside the cabin began to speak my own reassurance back to me. "I think so, I think so, I think so." "Drive, Arthur," Elas whispered. His voice was a thin wire, barely holding together. "Don't listen to it, just drive." I floored the accelerator. The engine's roar was a jagged, welcome intrusion, a physical wall of noise I tried to use as a shield. We surged across the bridge, the tires humming over the expansion joints, badum-bum, badum-bum. But even that rhythmic thudding began to synchronize with the ticking. The world was trying to find its beat again, but it was a forced rhythm, a mechanical heart trying to jumpstart a corpse. As we cleared the valley floor and began the steep ascent up the ridge that rimmed Oakhaven, the rearview mirror caught the first true rays of the sun. It wasn't the gray, stagnant dawn of the hill's interior. It was a violent, bleeding orange, the kind of sunrise that feels like an eviction notice. I looked back once. The town of Oakhaven lay nestled in the morning mist, looking perfectly mundane. From this height, you couldn't see the obsidian disk or the pixelated sky. You couldn't see the people who had become vocabulary. It looked like a postcard of Americana, a quiet place where nothing ever happened. But the mist wasn't moving with the wind. It was swirling in perfect, concentric circles around the base of the hill, a white whirlpool of condensed sound, drawing the very atmosphere down into the earth. The car crested the ridge, and for a moment I felt a surge of genuine hope. The road ahead stretched toward the interstate, toward cities with sirens and construction sites, and the glorious, uncurated filth of a million overlapping lives. I pushed the car to 80, then 90. The wind whistled through the seal of the driver's side window, a sharp, piercing note. Then the note changed. The whistle modulated. It slid down the scale, becoming a low, rhythmic thrum. Slid hiss. I looked at the speedometer. The needle wasn't pointing at 90. It was vibrating so fast it had become a blur, a silver fan blade. The odometer began to roll backward. Elas, I said or tried to say. My voice didn't leave my throat. It stayed inside, echoing against my skull. Elas wasn't looking at the road anymore. He was looking at his own hands. The skin was turning translucent, showing the pale, white bone beneath, but the bones weren't made of calcium. They were etched with fine, spiraling grooves. He was being rewritten from the marrow out. "It's not letting us leave, is it?" he asked. His voice was no longer his. It was the composite voice, the choir. It was the sound of 1,000 people sighing at once. "We're outside the valley," I hissed, my teeth clenching so hard I thought they would shatter. "We crossed the bridge. We're on the highway." "The highway is a track, Arthur," Elas said, and he turned to face me. His eyes were gone. In their place were two perfectly smooth, reflective spheres of hematite. The car is a needle. The road is the groove. We aren't traveling. We're just being played. I looked out the windshield. The trees on the side of the road were no longer passing by in a blur of motion. They were flickering. One frame of a pine tree, then a black gap, then another frame of the same pine tree. The frame rate of reality was dropping. The world was struggling to render the distance between where we were and where the hill wanted us to be. I slammed on the brakes. The car didn't skid. It didn't even slow down in the traditional sense. It simply ceased its forward momentum and began to vibrate with such intensity that the glass of the windshield started to spiderweb. The cracks didn't follow the laws of physics. They formed perfect, geometric patterns, concentric circles centered exactly on my line of sight. I threw the door open and tumbled out onto the asphalt. It felt like landing on a sheet of cold iron. There was no grit, no heat from the sun. The road was a polished surface, a dark mirror reflecting a sky that was rapidly losing its color. Elas stepped out of the passenger side. He didn't stumble. He moved with a terrifying, liquid grace, his feet making no sound as they touched the ground. He looked toward the horizon, where the interstate should have been. There was nothing there but a vertical wall of gray static, a towering cliff of non-existence that stretched from the earth to the heavens. The welcome to Oakhaven sign stood 10 feet away. We had driven 5 miles, yet we were standing exactly where we had started. The loop is tightening, the Elas thing said. He reached out a hand, his fingers elongating, sharpening into that familiar, keratinous stillness. The scratch you made, it didn't break the record, it just created a skip. We're caught in the repeat, Arthur, over and over. The same 5 minutes, the same realization, the same failed escape. I looked at the watch on the ground. It had followed me. It lay in the center of the road, its cracked screen pulsing with a faint, rhythmic light. Nearer, nearer, nearer. If it's a skip, I said, my voice sounding like gravel being ground in a mortar, then there has to be a way to jump the groove. There is no jump, the Elia's voice replied. There is only the wear and tear. Eventually, the needle wears through the disc. Eventually, there is nothing left but the hole in the center. I looked at the gray wall of static. It was humming, a sound so loud it was no longer a sound, but a physical pressure that threatened to collapse my lungs. I realized then that the void I had created in my basement, the silence I had sought to master, was nothing compared to this. I had been playing with a toy. The hill was the factory. I looked at Elias, or the thing that was wearing his shape. You're not him, you're just a playback. I am the memory of Elias, the thing said, and for a second, a flicker of the real man's fear crossed its features. And you are the memory of Arthur. The real Arthur died the moment he stepped into the ravine. You're just the version the hill decided to keep. You're the remaster, remember. I felt a cold, hollow sensation in my chest. I thought of the woman in the floral dress. I thought of her silver eyes and the way she had looked at me, not with malice, but with the weary patience of a librarian filing away a difficult book. I won't be a record, I whispered. I turned away from the Elias thing and began to walk toward the wall of static. Each step felt like pushing through deep water. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and burnt hair. The sound was a physical wall, a solid mass of white noise that stripped the skin from my thoughts. Arthur, stop, the choir screamed behind me. If you go into the static, there is no recording, there is no memory, you'll be unmade. Good, I thought. The word was a spark of pure, unadulterated defiance. I reached the edge of the world. The static wasn't a mist. It was a storm of tiny, jagged shards of light and shadow, a chaotic swarm of unassigned data. It was the raw material of the universe before the hill had tried to organize it. It was the noise. I looked back one last time. The Elias thing was standing by the car, its form flickering, its edges blurring into the gray landscape. Beyond it, the hill loomed, a dark, silent monument to a perfect, dead past. The town of Oakhaven was fading, the houses dissolving into geometric shapes, the trees becoming cylinders. The archive was collapsing under the weight of its own perfection. I stepped into the static. The sensation was not pain. It was a violent, total erasure. It was the sound of a billion voices screaming at once, and then a sudden, absolute silence. I was no longer a man. I was no longer a stylus. I was a single bit of information, cast out into the dark. I felt the Arthur part of me being shredded, the memories of my father, my basement, the smell of old vacuum tubes. All of it was being stripped away, converted into raw energy. I was falling through the static, a lone spark in a blizzard of nothingness. But then I felt it. A vibration. It wasn't rhythmic, it wasn't recorded. It was a stutter, a messy, organic, unpredictable beat. I reached out with a hand I no longer had into a space that didn't exist. I grasped at the vibration. It felt warm. It felt like blood. It felt like a heartbeat that didn't know its own rhythm. I pulled. The static around me began to change. The gray shards began to take on color, not the muted, monochromatic tones of the hill, but bright, clashing, ugly colors. Neon greens, bruised purples, sun-scorched yellows. The noise became a roar, a beautiful, chaotic symphony of traffic and laughter and breaking glass and rain hitting a tin roof. I felt a sudden, crushing weight. Gravity returned with the force of a hammer blow. I slammed into something hard and cold, my lungs filled with air that tasted of exhaust and cheap cigarettes. I gasped, a ragged, choking sound that was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I was lying on a sidewalk, a real sidewalk, cracked and stained with chewing gum and oil. Above me, a street lamp flickered with a buzzing yellow light. A car sped past, its tires splashing through a puddle, sending a spray of cold, dirty water over my face. I wiped my eyes, my fingers trembling. My skin was rough, my nails were bitten down, and my heart was hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I sat up, shivering. I was in a city. I didn't recognize the buildings, but they were real. They were covered in soot and graffiti and the glorious entropic decay of time. There were people walking past, their faces buried in scarves, their eyes focused on their own private destinations. They didn't look like monuments. They looked tired and messy and alive. I looked down at my wrist. The watch was gone. In its place was a pale circle of untanned skin. I stood up, my legs weak but functional. I walked to the edge of the curb and looked at my reflection in a shop window. It was me, Arthur. My eyes were tired, my hair was a mess, and my mouth, my wonderful, clumsy mouth, was slightly agape. I took a breath to speak, to test the air, to see if I could still make a sound that wasn't a recording. But before I could, a sound came from across the street. It was a payphone. It was an old, battered booth, the glass missing, the metal rusted. It was ringing. The sound was sharp and insistent, cutting through the low hum of the city. Our ring, our ring, our ring. I crossed the street, my heart rate climbing with every step. No one else seemed to notice the phone. They walked past it as if it were a ghost. I reached the booth. The receiver was hanging by its cord, swaying slightly in the wind. I picked it up. I didn't say anything. I just listened. At first, there was only the hiss of the line, the natural, chaotic static of a long-distance connection. Then a voice. It was a woman's voice. It wasn't the conductor. It wasn't a choir. It was a single, lonely voice filtered through 1,000 miles of wire. "Arthur," she asked. She sounded like she had been crying. "Arthur, is that you?" "Who is this?" I whispered. My voice was a ghost, but it was a human ghost. "It's Sarah," she said, "from the archive, the real archive in the city." I felt a jolt of recognition, a memory of a life I had almost forgotten, a job, a colleague, a world where sound was something you studied, not something that swallowed you. "Sarah," I breathed, I'm out. I think I'm out." "Arthur, listen to me," she said, her voice dropping to a frantic whisper. "We found your notes. We found the tapes you sent before you went to Oakhaven. We played them, Arthur. We played them all." A cold dread began to seep back into my bones. "What tapes? I didn't send any tapes." "The ones from the hill," she said. "The ones you recorded while you were inside. We didn't understand what they were at first. We thought it was just feedback. But then the technicians started disappearing. And the building, Arthur, the building is changing." I looked around at the city. The street lamp above me flickered. For a fraction of a second, the yellow light turned a deep, pulsating violet. "Sarah, hang up the phone," I said, my voice rising. "Destroy the tapes. Burn the archive. Don't let it play." "It's too late," she sobbed. "The master is already running. We can't stop the rotation. Arthur, I can hear it. I can hear you. I can hear you talking to me on the phone, but the recording is 5 seconds ahead of the call." I pulled the receiver away from my ear. From the speaker, I heard my own voice, clear and cold, speaking words I hadn't said yet. "The hill didn't swallow the sound, Sarah," the recorded version of me said. "It just needed a bigger speaker." I looked up. The skyscraper at the end of the block, a massive tower of glass and steel, began to vibrate. The windows didn't shatter, they began to ripple, the reflections of the city warping into perfect, concentric circles. The sound of the traffic began to synchronize. The footsteps of the pedestrians fell into a rhythmic, mechanical beat. The city wasn't an escape, it was the next track. I dropped the phone and began to run. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to find a place where the air was still, a place where nothing was being recorded. As I turned the corner, I saw a small, independent record store. Its lights were dim, its windows filled with dusty vinyl. I ran toward it, desperate for the sanctuary of dead media. I pushed open the door. A bell chimed, a real, brassy sound that echoed in the small space. The shop was empty, save for an old man behind the counter. He was wearing headphones, his eyes closed, his head nodding to a music I couldn't hear. I leaned over the counter, gasping for air. "Please," I said, "turn it off. Whatever you're listening to, turn it off." The man opened his eyes. They were silver. He didn't speak. He simply reached out and turned a dial on a massive, antique amplifier sitting on the counter. The sound that came out of the speakers wasn't music. It was the sound of a needle being lowered onto a record. "I'll lid hiss." I looked at the record spinning on the turntable. It wasn't vinyl. It was a disc of obsidian, miles wide, etched with the billion microscopic grooves of a city called Oakhaven, and a man named Arthur, and a world that was finally, perfectly silent. The man smiled. "Welcome back, Arthur," he said in my father's voice. We were just about to flip the side. The world began to spin. The walls of the record store fell away, revealing the gray, monochromatic dawn of the hill. I was back in the phone booth. The fluid was rising. The receiver was merging with my skull. Click, click, click. The shutter was closing. The memory was complete. And then the needle hit the scratch. The world jumped. I was on the sidewalk again. The sun was orange. Sarah was on the phone. "Arthur," she asked. I looked at the phone in my hand. I looked at the silver-eyed man in the window. I looked at the watch that wasn't on my wrist. I realized then that the scratch wasn't a flaw in the record. It was the only thing that was real. The skip was the only place where I was alive. I didn't answer Sarah. I didn't run. I took the receiver and I smashed it against the metal of the booth. I smashed it until the plastic shattered, until the wires were frayed and sparking. I grabbed a jagged piece of glass from the broken window and I didn't look at my reflection. I looked at the air. I began to carve. Not into my skin, not into the world. I began to carve into the silence. I made a sound. It wasn't a word. It wasn't a scream. It was a raw, discordant, impossible noise, a frequency that didn't belong in any archive. I pushed it out of my lungs, out of my throat, out of my very soul. The city around me shuddered. The violet light flickered and died. The silver-eyed man's face distorted, his features melting like wax. "Stop!" the choir screamed, but their voice was thin, a recording being played at the wrong speed. I didn't stop. I became the noise. I became the error. I felt the world tearing. I felt the grooves of the obsidian disc shattering beneath the weight of my discordance. I was a diamond scratching a mirror, and the mirror was finally breaking. The last thing I heard wasn't a tick, it wasn't a hiss. It was the sound of a needle breaking. And then, for the first time in my life, there was nothing. Absolute, unrecorded, beautiful nothing. The nothing was not a void. It was not the gray static of the hill's edge or the hollow silence of the basement. It was a vacuum, a sudden and violent depressurization of reality. For a heartbeat, or what felt like the ghost of one, I hung in a space without coordinates. No up, no down, no Arthur. I was a thought suspended in a dead throat. Then the weight of the universe rushed back in, but it didn't fit right. I hit the floor of the record store, but it wasn't the record store. The wood grain beneath my cheek was rough, smelling of Murphy's oil soap and ancient, settled dust. I opened my eyes. The silver-eyed man was gone. The obsidian turntable was gone. I was lying in the center of a room I knew better than my own skin. My father's study. The late afternoon sun bled through the heavy velvet curtains, casting long, amber bars across the Persian rug. The air was thick with the scent of pipe tobacco and the hum of 1,000 vacuum tubes warming up. It was a warm sound, a golden sound. It lacked the clinical, predatory precision of Oak Haven. I tried to stand, my muscles screaming with a phantom exhaustion. My hands were my own again, not translucent, not etched with grooves, just shaking, human hands. I looked at the desk. There, sitting on a stack of yellowed ledger paper, was the recorder. Not the digital brick from the valley, but my father's old reel-to-reel, its twin hubs spinning with a slow, hypnotic grace. The brown magnetic tape slithered from one side to the other, a river of captured moments. You always did have a talent for finding the skip, Arthur. I spun around. My father was sitting in his wingback chair by the cold fireplace. He looked exactly as he had the year before the cancer took his voice, robust, wearing a cardigan that had lost its shape, his eyes sharp behind thick spectacles. He wasn't silver-eyed. He wasn't a playback. He was holding a book, his thumb marking the page. "Dad," I whispered. The word felt like a miracle. It didn't echo. It didn't modulate. It just sat in the air, a simple, vibrating fact. "The hill is a collector, son," he said, his voice a rich baritone that vibrated in my chest. "It doesn't just want the sound. It wants the context. It wants the soul that produced the vibration. It's a lonely thing, really. A library with no librarian trying to categorize the wind." I moved toward him, but my feet felt heavy, as if the floor were made of magnets. "I saw you. In the store. You were different." "That wasn't me," he said, and a shadow of genuine sorrow crossed his face. "That was the archive's best guess. A composite, a memory of a memory. When you're inside the groove, the hill uses what's available in your own head to build the walls of your cage. It used me because I'm the reason you started listening in the first place." I looked back at the reel-to-reel. Am I still in it? Is this another layer, another track? He closed the book and stood up. He walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. Outside, there was no Oak Haven. There was no city of violet lights. There was only the overgrown garden of my childhood home, a sprinkler whirring in the neighbor's yard, and a dog barking 3 streets over. It was mundane. It was perfect. "You broke the needle, Arthur," he said. "The scream you made. It wasn't a sound the hill could index. It was pure entropic noise. You overloaded the system. You're in the between now, the space on the record where the song has ended, but the motor hasn't shut off yet." "Then I can go home," I said. "Home is a complicated word for someone who has been digitized," he replied, turning to face me. "The Arthur who walked into the Oakhaven Valley is gone. He was converted into data the moment he crossed the bridge. You are the noise that survived the crash. You're a ghost in the machine that has wandered out into the circuitry." I felt a coldness creeping back into my fingertips. "You're saying I'm not real." "I'm saying you're a new recording," he said softly, "and the hill is already beginning to repair itself. It's a self-correcting loop. It's searching for the error. It's searching for you." As if on cue, the light in the room shifted. The amber sun turned a fraction paler. The sound of the neighbor's dog barking began to repeat. Woof woof hiss, woof woof hiss. The reel-to-reel on the desk sped up. The tape began to hiss with an aggressive, hungry static. How do I stop it? I yelled over the rising noise. How do I stay out? My father stepped toward me, his form flickering. For a second, his face was a blur of 1,000 different men, all of them him, all of them different versions captured at different ages. "You can't stay out, Arthur. Not forever. But you can change the broadcast. You have the notes, you have the frequency." "I don't have anything. I lost the watch. I lost the gear." "You are the gear," he shouted, his voice beginning to take on that terrifying multitonal choir quality. "The resonance is in your bones now. You have to find the source, not the hill, the thing beneath the hill, the original master." The walls of the study began to peel away like scorched paper. Behind the floral wallpaper wasn't wood or brick, but the vast, ribbed interior of a throat. The ceiling rose up into a dark, vaulted arc of bone. The floor beneath my feet turned soft and wet. "Dad," I reached for him, but his hand dissolved into a swarm of black notes, a cloud of musical notation that drifted upward and vanished. The study was gone. I was standing in a cave, but it was a cave made of petrified sound. The stalactites were frozen screams. The ground was a carpet of calcified whispers. Everything was white, a blinding, chalky white that hurt the eyes. This was the center of the hill, the hole in the middle Elas had spoken of. In the center of the chamber sat a massive, pulsating mass of translucent tissue. It looked like a giant, exposed heart, but instead of arteries, it was connected to the earth by thick, vibrating cables of copper and nerve fiber. It was the heart of the archive. It beat with a slow, tectonic thrum, thump hiss, thump hiss. Every time it pulsed, a ripple of gray light washed over the walls, and I could hear fragments of 1,000,000,000 lives. A baby crying in 1924, a car crash in 1988, a woman humming a lullaby in a language that hadn't been spoken for 3,000 years. It was all here. Everything that had ever made a vibration was being digested, categorized, and stored. I saw Elas. The real Elas. He wasn't a creature of hematite eyes here. He was suspended in the translucent tissue of the heart, his body pale and thin, his eyes closed. He looked like an embryo. He was being used as a processor, his brain a specialized filter for the incoming data. "Elas," I whispered. His eyes didn't open, but his mouth moved. A speaker somewhere in the ceiling broadcast his voice, weak, tired, but unmistakably him. Arthur, you shouldn't have come to the center. It's too loud here. The signal-to-noise ratio, it's infinite. I'm getting you out, I said, stepping toward the heart. The ground hummed beneath my boots, trying to match the frequency of my stride, trying to turn my movement into a rhythm it could capture. You can't, Elas said. I'm part of the index now. If you pull me out, the whole library collapses. Every voice, every memory, it all goes to zero. The hill won't let that happen. It's protective of its collection. It's not a collection, Elas. It's a graveyard. I reached the edge of the heart. The heat coming off it was immense, the thermal energy of a billion vibrations being compressed into a single point. I reached out a hand to touch the membrane, to find a way to tear him out. The moment my skin made contact, the world exploded into sound. It wasn't noise, it was total information. I saw the history of the valley. I saw the meteor that had fallen 10,000 years ago, not a rock of stone, but a shard of frozen time from a corner of the universe where entropy worked backward. I saw the first humans who had stumbled into its radius, their voices becoming the first entries in the ledger. I saw the hill grow, feeding on the echoes, building itself out of the discarded vibrations of a developing world. It wasn't evil. It was a machine that had been programmed to save, but it didn't know the difference between saving a sound and killing the source. I felt my own identity beginning to dissolve into the mass. I was becoming a footnote. Arthur, the man who tried to leave. Page 4,892. No. I pulled my hand back, but the membrane clung to me like taffy. It began to crawl up my arm, a web of silver veins that pulsed in time with the heart. Arthur, let go. Elas' voice was a scream now, echoing through the chamber. If you don't, it'll use your defiance as a new theme. It'll start the record over with you as the lead. I looked at the heart, at the pulsing, wet mass of it. I realized then what my father had meant. I didn't need to break the record. I didn't need to make noise. I needed to change the playback speed. I closed my eyes. I didn't fight the silver veins. I let them in. I opened my mind to the billion voices, the billion screams, the billion whispers. I didn't try to shut them out. I tried to conduct them. I thought of the physics of sound. I thought of destructive interference, the way two waves of the same frequency can cancel each other out if they are perfectly out of phase. The hill was a massive, sustained note. All I had to be was the inverse. I began to hum. It wasn't the discordant scream I had used in the city. It was a low, steady tone, a flat, unremarkable sound. I felt the hill's frequency through the soles of my feet. I felt it in my teeth. I waited for the exact moment the heart pulsed, the exact microsecond of the thump. And then I shifted my hum, just a fraction of a semitone. The resonance in the room changed instantly. The white walls began to vibrate with a violent, jarring dissonance. The silver veins on my arm shriveled, pulling away as if burned. The heart stuttered. Thump his thump. I hummed louder. I poured every bit of my Arthurness, every memory of the smell of rain, the taste of stale coffee, the feeling of a cold wind on the highway, everything that was messy, unrecorded, and temporary into that tone. The chamber began to crack, not the walls, but the air itself. Jagged lines of silence appeared in the atmosphere, black fissures where the sound was being canceled out. Elas' eyes snapped open. They weren't silver. They were blue, terrified, and human. Arthur, the pressure, it's dropping. The translucent tissue of the heart began to turn opaque. The silver light was fading, replaced by a dull, leaden gray. The voices were dying out, not fading away, but being neutralized one by one. The baby stopped crying. The car stopped crashing. The lullaby ended. Keep going, Elas choked out, his body sliding out of the weakening membrane. He fell to the floor, coughing, his lungs struggling to remember how to breathe air that wasn't saturated with data. I couldn't stop. If I stopped, the hill would reassert the rhythm. I had to finish the cancellation. I had to reach the end of the track. The vibration was so intense now that my vision was blurring. My nose began to bleed, the red drops falling onto the white floor and turning into black dust before they even hit. The heart gave one final massive heave. It didn't pulse, it burst. There was no explosion of gore. There was an explosion of silence. A wave of absolute, terrifying stillness washed over the chamber, moving outward through the rock, through the valley, through the town of Oakhaven. I felt the hill collapse, not the physical earth, but the metaphysical structure that held the record together. The archive was being deleted. I fell to my knees, my throat raw, my head spinning. The white chamber was gone. We were standing in a damp, dark limestone cave. There were no frozen screams, no silver veins, just the sound of water dripping from a stalactite. Plink, plink, plink. It was a normal sound, a beautiful, random, unindexed sound. I looked over at Elas. He was curled in a ball on the muddy floor, shivering violently. I crawled over to him, my limbs feeling like lead. Elas. He looked up. His face was gaunt, his skin a sickly pale, but he was there. He reached out and grabbed my jacket, his fingers trembling. Is it over? I think so, I whispered. We sat there in the dark for a long time, listening to the water. We didn't speak. We were afraid that if we did, we might start a new recording. We just listened to the silence, the real silence, the kind that exists only when there is nothing left to say. Eventually, we found the strength to stand. We followed the sound of the dripping water, crawling through narrow fissures and wading through cold, underground streams. There were no signs to guide us, no geometric patterns in the rock. It was just a cave. When we finally emerged, it was night. We were on the side of a hill, but it wasn't the hill. It was just a mound of dirt and trees, overlooking a dark valley. Below us, I could see the faint, flickering lights of a small town. Oakhaven. But it looked different. The lights weren't the steady, artificial glow of a museum display. They were the uneven, flickering lights of a town where people were sleeping, where heaters were kicking on, where life was happening in all its messy, unrecorded glory. We walked down the slope, our boots crunching on real leaves, our breath frosting in the cold night air. When we reached the main road, we saw the welcome to Oakhaven sign. It was rusted. It was peeling. A teenager had spray-painted a crude heart on the corner of it. It was perfect. We walked to the bridge. The car was still there, parked exactly where I had left it before we tried to flee. The engine was cold. The windshield wasn't spiderwebbed with geometric patterns. It was just covered in a thin layer of dew. I got into the driver's seat. Elas slumped into the passenger side. I reached for the ignition, then stopped. I looked at the dashboard. I looked at the glove box where the tapes used to be. I looked at the radio. Don't, Elas said, his voice a raspy whisper. I wasn't going to, I said. I started the car. The engine roared to life, a loud, clattering, beautiful noise. I turned on the headlights, the twin beams cutting through the darkness, illuminating the road ahead. I put the car in gear, and we drove. We crossed the bridge. I waited for the whistle in the window. I waited for the odometer to roll back. I waited for the Elas thing to turn to me with hematite eyes. None of it happened. We hit the highway. We passed the 60-mile marker, then the 70. The trees blurred past in a continuous, organic stream of motion. The sky stayed black. The stars stayed still. We were traveling. We were moving forward in time. I looked at the clock on the dash. 12:42 a.m. 12:43 a.m. 12:44 a.m. I began to laugh. It was a ragged, hysterical sound that filled the cabin of the car. Elas joined in, a weak, wheezing chuckle that turned into a sob. We drove through the night, leaving the valley behind, leaving the silence behind. We reached the city just as the sun was beginning to rise. The skyline was a jagged silhouette against a bruised purple sky. It wasn't the violet city of the hills' imagination. It was a city of stone and glass, of smog and hope. I pulled the car over at a 24-hour diner on the outskirts. The neon sign buzzed with a faulty transformer. The smell of frying bacon and cheap coffee wafted through the air. We sat in a booth in the back, two hollowed-out men in rumpled clothes. The waitress brought us 2 mugs of coffee without asking. She was tired, her hair in a messy bun, a smudge of flour on her cheek. She was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. "You guys look like you've been through it," she said, her voice a gravelly, wonderful rasp. "You have no idea," I said. I picked up the spoon and stirred my coffee. The clinking of the metal against the ceramic was a sharp, clear note. I listened to it fade away, naturally, into the ambient noise of the diner, the murmur of the radio, the sizzle of the grill, the distant sound of a siren. I looked at Elas. He was staring into his mug, his reflection wobbling in the dark liquid. "What now?" he asked. "Now," I said, "we live, we make noise, we let things happen and we let them go." He nodded slowly. "No more recordings." "No more recordings." I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small, jagged piece of glass I had used in the phone booth. It was just a piece of glass now. It didn't hum. It didn't pulse. I set it on the table. As the sun climbed higher, flooding the diner with the messy, unpredictable light of a new day, I realized that the hill hadn't swallowed the sound. It had just been a vessel, and the vessel was broken. The world was loud. The world was chaotic. The world was dying and being born every single second. And for the first time in a long time, I was part of the noise. The coffee in the diner tasted like burnt earth and dishwater, and it was the best thing I had ever swallowed. It had a physical weight to it, a jagged bitterness that didn't resolve into a mathematical frequency. Beside me, Elas was holding his mug with both hands, his knuckles white, as if he were afraid the ceramic might dissolve if he let go. He looked at the waitress, a woman with Margit stitched onto her apron, with a look of such profound, weeping gratitude that she lingered for a moment, frowning. "You boys okay? You look like you crawled out of a shipwreck," she said. "Something like that," Elas whispered. His voice was still thin, a reedy thing that sounded like it had been stretched over a drum. "Well, the eggs are real and the hash browns are greasy. Best cure for whatever ails you. She walked away, her crepe-soled shoes squeaking on the linoleum. A squeaka, squeaka. I closed my eyes and let the sound wash over me. In the hill, that squeak would have been captured, looped, and layered until it became a rhythmic haunting. Here, it just happened and then it was gone, a tiny death in the air, leaving room for the next moment. Arthur Elias said. I looked at him. He was staring at the window. Outside, a semi-truck roared past on the interstate, its Doppler-shifted moan vibrating the glass of the diner. It's still there, isn't it? The hill. We didn't blow it up. We just broke the needle. The archive is empty, Elias, I said, though I didn't know if I believed it. The heart burst. I felt the cancellation. All those voices, they're free. Or they're just gone, he replied. He finally took a sip of the coffee, wincing at the heat. Data corruption. 1 billion lives turned into a 0-byte file. I can still hear the static in the back of my head, Arthur, like a tinnitus made of ghosts. It'll fade, I told him, though I was lying. My own bones felt hollow, as if the marrow had been replaced by the hum of the between. I could still feel the phantom weight of the silver veins that had tried to claim me. I looked down at my hands. They were shaking. We ate in a silence that was heavy but honest. Every clink of a fork, every muffled conversation from the truckers in the next booth felt like a miracle. But as the sun rose higher, casting long, dusty beams across our table, a new anxiety began to gnaw at me. We were new recordings, my father had said, ghosts in the machine that had wandered out into the circuitry. I looked at my reflection in the chrome napkin dispenser. I looked like myself, tired, older, eyes bloodshot. But there was a quality to the image that felt slightly off, like a photograph that had been run through a sharpening filter one too many times. The edges of my silhouette were too crisp against the background of the diner. We can't stay here, I said suddenly. Elias looked up, a piece of toast halfway to his mouth. Where are we going to go? I don't even know what year it is, Arthur. I don't know if my apartment still exists. I don't know if I have a life to go back to. We go to my place, out in the suburbs. It's quiet there. Quiet is a dangerous word for us, Elias muttered, but he slid out of the booth. I paid the check with a crumpled $20 bill I found in my pocket. I wondered whose pocket it had been in before the hill reconstructed my clothes. Was it a copy of a 20, or was it the original, reclaimed from the vacuum? The waitress took it without a second glance. It passed the test of reality. We walked back to the car. The morning air was crisp and smelled of exhaust and damp asphalt. As I climbed back into the driver's seat, I noticed something on the floorboard. It was a small black reel of magnetic tape. It hadn't been there when we got in at the bridge. It was sitting right in the center of the mat, pristine, the end of the tape tucked neatly into the spool. There was no label. Elias saw it too. He pulled his feet back as if it were a venomous snake. Don't touch it. It's not moving, I said, my heart hammering against my ribs. That's how it starts. It's a seed. The hill is a self-correcting loop, remember. It's trying to re-index us. I reached down, my fingers hovering over the plastic. I could feel a faint vibration coming from it, not a sound, but a subaudible thrum that made the hair on my arms stand up. It was the frequency of the between. I picked it up. It was ice cold. Arthur, throw it out the window, Elias pleaded. I looked at the reel. If I threw it out, it would just sit on the shoulder of the highway, waiting for someone else to find it. Or worse, it would find its way back into the car. The hill didn't play by the rules of distance. It played by the rules of resonance. It's a recording of the exit, I whispered. The moment the heart burst, it's the sound of the end. I didn't throw it out. I put it in the glove box and slammed it shut. I could feel Elia's judgment, a palpable weight in the passenger seat, but I couldn't bring myself to discard the only evidence that any of it had been real. If I lost the tape, how long would it be before I started believing Oakhaven was just a psychotic break? How long before the mundane world felt like the cage? We drove in a tense, watchful silence. The suburbs were waking up, lawnmowers starting, garage doors rumbling open, children waiting for school buses. It was a symphony of the ordinary. My house was a small, tan bungalow at the end of a cul-de-sac. It looked exactly as I had left it 3 weeks ago, or was it 3 years? The mail was piling up in the box, and a yellowing circular for a grocery store was stuck to the front door. I parked the car and we sat there for a moment, looking at the house. "Is this home?" Elias asked. "It's where I keep my stuff," I said. We went inside. The air was stale, smelling of dust and old paper. I walked straight to the kitchen and turned on the faucet. The pipes groaned and clattered before a stream of brown water turned clear. I filled a glass and drank it down, the coldness of it grounding me. Elias wandered into the living room. He stopped in front of my bookshelf, his eyes scanning the titles. "You have a lot of books on acoustics, signal processing, psychoacoustics." I was looking for something, I said, leaning against the doorframe. I thought if I understood the science of it, I could find him, my father. "And did you?" I found a memory of him, a composite. I don't think the real Thomas Vaughan has existed for a long time. He was the first one to reach the center. He didn't break the needle, he became the needle. Elias sat on the sofa, his head in his hands. "We're contaminated, Arthur. You know that, don't you? We're like people who have been exposed to radiation. We look fine, but the clock is ticking. The Hill didn't let us go because we won. It let us go because we changed the channel, but the broadcast is still happening." "Then we change it again," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. I went to the basement. I needed to see my equipment. I needed to know if the tools of my obsession still worked in the real world. The basement was a graveyard of audio gear, oscilloscopes, mixers, racks of reel-to-reel players, and hundreds of boxes of tapes. In the center of the room was the master console, where I had spent years filtering the white noise of the valley, looking for the ghost in the static. I sat down and flipped the power switch. The equipment hummed to life, the amber lights of the VU meters glowing in the dim light. I picked up a pair of headphones and put them on. I didn't play a tape. I didn't turn on the radio. I just listened to the floor of the room. The silence of the basement wasn't silent. It was a thick, textured fabric of sound, the hum of the refrigerator upstairs, the distant drone of a plane, the sound of my own blood rushing through my ears. And underneath it all, a faint, rhythmic thump hiss. I froze. I adjusted the gain on the preamp, cranking the volume until the hiss of the electronics was a roar. Thump hiss, thump hiss. It was the heartbeat, the heart of the archive. It hadn't stopped, it had just moved. I tore the headphones off and threw them on the desk. My hands were shaking so hard I had to grip the edge of the console to stay upright. "Elias," I yelled. He came running down the stairs, his face pale. What is it?" "Listen," I said, pointing to the speakers. I turned the master volume up. The sound filled the basement. It wasn't loud, but it was deep, a subsonic vibration that rattled the bones. It was the sound of a record spinning in an empty room. It followed us, Elias whispered, his eyes wide with terror. It's in the house. No, I said, a terrible realization dawning on me. It's not in the house. It's in us. We're the recording, Elias. We're the between. The reason we could leave the hill is because we carried the hill out with us. I looked at the glove box of the car in my mind, where the black reel was sitting. I realized then that the reel wasn't a souvenir. It was a backup. The hill wasn't just a place in a valley in Oakhaven. It was a viral frequency, a pattern of information that sought to preserve itself at any cost. By canceling the heart, I hadn't destroyed the archive, I had compressed it. I had turned the entire vast, bloated library of screams and whispers into a single, high-density signal, and I had broadcast that signal into the only two receivers left in the valley. Elas, we have to get rid of it, Elias said, his voice rising to a frantic pitch. We have to erase ourselves. How? You saw what happened when I tried to fight it. It just used the noise to build a new layer. I looked at the oscilloscope. The green line was dancing in a rhythmic, repeating pattern, a loop. I reached for the black reel I had brought from the car. I had grabbed it without thinking, but now I saw it for what it was, a master. If we're the recording, I said, my voice low and steady, then we need a degausser. A what? A bulk eraser, a high-intensity magnetic field that scrambles the alignment of the particles on the tape. It doesn't just mute the sound, it destroys the medium's ability to hold the information. You want to use it on us. Elias looked at me like I was insane. Not on us, on the signal. If we can create a field strong enough to disrupt the resonance in our own bones, we might be able to shake the hill loose. We might be able to become blank again. And if it doesn't work, then we become the static, I said. We become the white noise that the next person hears when they wander into Oakhaven. I began to work. I had an old industrial degausser in the corner, a heavy, boxy device used for erasing large quantities of professional tape. It was basically a massive electromagnet. I started dragging it to the center of the room, my muscles straining against the weight. Elias helped me, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. We cleared a space on the floor, and I began to wire the degausser into the main power supply of the house. I had to bypass the circuit breakers. The draw would be enough to melt the wires if I wasn't careful. Arthur, Elias said, stopping me as I was stripped a wire. If we do this, what happens to the memories? What happens to your father, to the things we saw? I looked at him. His eyes were no longer silver, but they were filled with a hollow, aching void. They go where they belong, I said, into the past, not a loop, not a recording, just things that happened. I finished the wiring. The degausser sat in the middle of the room like a primitive altar. It was a crude, ugly machine, but it was the only thing I had that could fight the geometry of the hill. Stand in the circle, I said. We stood on either side of the machine. The basement felt cold, the air thick with the smell of ozone and old dust. The thump hiss was getting louder now, a rhythmic throb that seemed to be pulsing in time with my own pulse. I reached for the power lever. On 3, I said. Arthur, Elias whispered, "Thank you for coming back for me." I didn't come back for you, Elias, I said, and for the first time I was telling the absolute truth. I came back for the sound, but I'm glad you're here to help me end it. 1. The lights in the basement flickered. Oh, do. The thump hiss became a roar, a wall of sound that threatened to drown out my very thoughts. I could see the silver veins starting to bloom under the skin of my wrists, reaching for the machine, trying to incorporate it into the archive. Oh, three. I slammed the lever down. The world didn't explode, it vanished. A massive, invisible weight slammed into my chest, pinning me to the floor. The air turned into a solid block of screaming magnetism. I couldn't see Elas. I couldn't see the basement. I was a single particle of iron being shaken by a god. The sound was unbearable. It wasn't music, or voices, or static. It was the sound of the universe being torn in half. Every atom in my body felt like it was being rotated, realigned, stripped of its history. I felt the hill fighting back. I felt the billion voices of the archive screaming in unison, a chorus of 1,000,000 years of human experience, all of them begging not to be erased. I saw my father's face, clear and bright, his hand reaching out to me from the void. Arthur, don't let the song end. I gripped the lever, my skin blistering from the heat of the current. End it, I screamed, though I had no breath to scream with. The magnetism reached a crescendo. The basement lights shattered. The wires in the walls groaned and melted. And then the black reel in my pocket, the one I had taken from the car, burst into flames. The fire was blue, a cold, chemical flame that didn't smoke. It consumed the plastic, the tape, and the memory of the hill in a single, silent flash. The vacuum hit. The power died. The degausser groaned and fell silent. I was lying on the cold concrete floor. The basement was pitch black. The only sound was the ringing in my ears, a high, sharp, natural ringing that had nothing to do with the archive. I stayed there for a long time, my heart beating a fast, irregular rhythm. Thump, 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 thump. No hiss. Nelia's, I croaked. There was no answer. I fumbled for my phone in my pocket. The screen was cracked, the internal electronics fried by the magnetic pulse, but the flashlight still worked, flickering weakly. I shone the light around the room. The basement was a wreck. The racks of equipment had been toppled. The tapes were scattered everywhere, their brown ribbons unspooled like dead snakes. Elias was gone. I stood up, my legs shaking, and shone the light where he had been standing. There was nothing there but a pile of clothes, a pair of worn jeans, a flannel shirt, and a pair of boots. They were laid out neatly on the floor, as if the person wearing them had simply evaporated. I walked over and picked up the shirt. It felt real. It smelled of wood smoke and old sweat. I looked at the boots. Inside one of them, tucked into the heel, was a small silver watch. I picked it up. The glass was shattered. The hands were gone. But as I held it, I realized it wasn't a watch at all. It was a compass, and the needle wasn't pointing north. It was spinning, fast, silent, and free. I sat on the floor in the ruins of my life, and I listened. I listened to the wind rattling the basement window. I listened to the house settling. I listened to the sound of a bird chirping in the garden outside. I was Arthur Vaughan. I was a man who had been a recording, and now I was just a man. The hill was still out there, somewhere in the folds of the map, a silent monument to everything the world had ever forgotten. But it didn't have my voice anymore. It didn't have Elias. I put the compass in my pocket and stood up. I walked toward the stairs, leaving the clothes and the broken machines behind. As I reached the door, I stopped. From the darkness of the corner, from one of the few remaining speakers that hadn't been fried, a faint sound emerged. It wasn't a heartbeat, it wasn't a scream. It was the sound of a needle hitting the end of a record, clicking softly in the groove. Click, click, click. The song was over. The motor was still running. But for the first time in my life, I didn't feel the need to flip the disc. I walked out into the light of the afternoon, and I let the silence take me. The sunlight in the driveway was almost offensive. It was too bright, too yellow, too tangible. It felt like a physical weight on my skin, a pressure that didn't belong to the internal logic of the hill. I stood by the driver's side door of my car, my hand resting on the warm metal, and looked back at my house. From the outside, it was just a suburban bungalow. You couldn't see the melted copper in the walls or the way the basement had become a vacuum of history. You couldn't see the pile of clothes that used to be a man named Elas. I reached into my pocket and felt the compass. It was vibrating, not with a frequency, but with a frantic mechanical kinetism, the needle spinning so fast it created a blur of silver behind the cracked glass. It felt like a trapped insect. I realized then that I couldn't stay here. The degausser had cleared the immediate signal, but I was a walking conductor. If I stayed still, the resonance would find me again. The hill was a predator of stasis. It fed on the things that remained parked in the dark. I got into the car. The interior smelled of the ozone I'd brought up from the basement, a sharp, metallic tang that stung the back of my throat. I turned the key. The engine turned over with a comforting, purely mechanical roar, a series of tiny explosions that had nothing to do with data or archives. I backed out of the cul-de-sac without looking at the mail piling up in the box. That mail belonged to a version of Arthur Vaughan that had been overwritten. I drove. I didn't have a destination, only a direction. Away. Away from the valley, away from the suburbs, away from any place where the silence was loud enough to hold a shape. As I hit the interstate, the scale of the world began to settle into my bones. The sheer volume of information out here was staggering. Thousands of cars, millions of cell phone signals, the roar of the wind, the chatter of the radio. It was a chaotic, beautiful mess. It was the opposite of the archive. The archive was curated, indexed, and preserved. The world was a sprawling, entropic disaster where things were lost every second. I found myself weeping as I passed a billboard for a personal injury lawyer. It was so ugly, so temporary, so wonderfully unrecorded in the grand scheme of the between. I drove for 3 hours before I realized I was heading north toward the coast. I needed the ocean. I needed a sound that was truly random, a white noise generated by the friction of water against salt and sand, a sound that no machine could ever perfectly loop because no two waves were ever the same. I pulled into a rest stop near the state line. My head was beginning to throb, a dull, rhythmic ache that timed itself to the spinning of the compass in my pocket. I stepped out of the car and walked toward the edge of the asphalt, where a chain-link fence separated the rest stop from a dense patch of pine woods. I took the compass out. The needle had slowed down. It wasn't spinning anymore. It was twitching, pointing toward the woods. "Not today," I whispered. I looked at the device. It was the only thing left of Elas, or whatever Elas had been. Was he a man the hill had snatched, or was he a piece of the hill that had gained enough self-awareness to want to escape? I remembered the way he had looked at the toast in the diner, with a kind of desperate, scholarly intensity, as if he were trying to memorize the texture of wheat. He had been a recording that wanted to be a broadcast. And in the end, he had been erased so that I could be blank. I looked at my reflection in the car window. The sharpening filter effect was gone. My edges were soft again. I looked blurred, tired, and entirely mortal. I looked like someone who could die, and the thought brought a surge of profound relief. I sat on the bumper of the car and tried to think about my father. I tried to summon the image of Thomas Vaughan in his study, the way he used to tap his pencil against the edge of his desk in a 4/4 time signature when he was thinking. But the memory was thin. It didn't have the holographic weight of the apparitions in the hill. It was just a memory, fading, distorted by time, and ultimately unreliable. I realized that was the gift of the degausser. It hadn't just erased the hill, it had restored the right to forget. I reached into the glove box and found a map, a real paper map creased and stained with coffee. I unfolded it across the hood. Oakhaven wasn't on it. I looked for the coordinates, for the specific bend in the river where the valley should be, but the paper showed only a green expanse labeled as a state forest. No roads led in. No towns were marked. The hill had folded itself back into the static. It was still there, of course. It would always be there, a black hole in the geography of the world, waiting for the next person with a microphone and a broken heart to come looking for the voices of the dead. But the door I had used was gone. I had burnt the key. I felt a sudden, sharp vibration in my thigh. I reached for my phone, forgetting for a second that it was dead, but the vibration wasn't coming from my pocket. It was coming from my leg, from the bone. I stood up, my heart racing. I pulled up my pant leg. There, tracing a path from my ankle toward my knee, was a faint silver line. It looked like a varicose vein, but it shimmered with a dull, pearlescent light. It wasn't under the skin, it was part of it. I touched it, it was cold, and when I pressed down, I didn't feel flesh. I felt a vibration. Click. The sound was internal. It was the sound of the needle hitting the groove. I looked at the compass. The needle had stopped twitching. It was pointing directly at my leg. I wasn't blank, I was just a different kind of media. The degausser hadn't erased the signal, it had just shifted the phase. I had destroyed the external manifestations, the tapes, the house, the physical presence of Elas, but I was still the master recording. I was the carrier wave. I looked around the rest stop. A family was getting out of a minivan a few yards away. A dog was barking at a crow. A trucker was stretching his arms, yawning loudly. They were all so loud, so full of their own chaotic, unrecorded lives. If I stayed near them, would I start to index them? Would the silver vein in my leg start to reach out, seeking to preserve the sound of that dog's bark, the rhythm of that child's laughter, the exact frequency of the wind in the pines? I was a virus of preservation. I got back into the car, my movements stiff. I didn't head for the coast. The ocean was too busy, too full of life. I needed somewhere truly silent. I needed a place where there was nothing left to record. I drove west. I drove until the trees thinned out and the ground turned to scrub and red dirt. I drove until the radio stations faded into a uniform hiss, and the only lights at night were the stars, which were too far away to have a sound. I found a motel at the edge of a salt flat. It was a collection of crumbling cinder block boxes held together by peeling white paint and the sheer stubbornness of the desert. The neon sign buzzed with a low, dying hum that made the silver vein in my leg thrum in sympathy, but there was no one else there. The manager was an old man who didn't speak, just took my cash and handed me a key attached to a heavy plastic fob. The room smelled of nothing. No dust, no perfume, no history. It was a sensory void. I sat on the edge of the bed and took off my boots. The silver vein had reached my hip now. It was branching out, a delicate, beautiful map of circuitry etched into my skin. It didn't hurt. It felt organized. I took the compass out of my pocket and set it on the nightstand. The needle was steady now, pointing directly at my chest. I realized then what my father had understood at the very end. You can't fight the archive by destroying the records. You can only fight it by becoming the final entry. You have to fill the disk until there's no room left for anything else, and then you have to break the machine. I lay back on the bed and closed my eyes. I didn't listen for the heartbeat. I didn't listen for the voices. I began to hum. It wasn't a song I knew. It was a simple, low-frequency tone, a grounding wire. I let the sound vibrate in my chest, feeling it travel down the silver veins, filling the circuitry of my new self with a single, unchanging note. I would be the white noise. I would be the flatline. I stayed in that motel room for days, or maybe weeks. Time didn't have a rhythm anymore. I only left to get water and basic food from a vending machine that clattered with a sound I forced myself to forget the moment it happened. Every night the silver veins grew. They covered my torso, my arms, my neck. They were a lace of mercury, a beautiful, terrible armor. And with every inch they claimed, the world outside grew quieter. Not because the world was changing, but because I was becoming a more perfect vacuum. I was absorbing the sound of the desert, the wind, the sun, and I was neutralizing it. I was a noise-canceling headphone for reality. One evening, as the sun was setting, casting a long, purple shadow across the salt flats, there was a knock at the door. It wasn't the manager. The knock was too rhythmic, too deliberate. Knock, pause, knock, knock, pause, knock. It was a code, a sequence I recognized from my father's old logs. I didn't move, I didn't brace. Larther. The voice was thin, like a radio signal bouncing off the ionosphere. It wasn't Elas. It wasn't my father. It was my own voice. Arthur, I know you're in there. I can hear the silence. I stood up and walked to the door. I didn't open it. I leaned my forehead against the cool wood. On the other side, I could feel a presence, not a person, but a pocket of high-density information. Who are you? I asked. My voice sounded strange to me now, like it was being played back through a filter. I'm the backup, the voice said. The hill doesn't like to lose data, Arthur. When you ran the degausser, you triggered a redundancy protocol. You thought you were erasing the archive, but you were just moving it to the cloud. There is no cloud here, I said. There's just salt and sky. The cloud is the air, Arthur, the frequency. You're broadcasting right now. Every mile you drove, you were seeding the world with the archive. Every person you passed, every town you drove through, they're all part of the loop now. You didn't escape, you're the transmitter. I looked down at my hands. The silver veins were glowing now, a soft, pulsating blue. I could feel the signal moving through me, a torrent of data, billions of lives, trillions of sounds, all flowing out of my skin and into the atmosphere. I wasn't a vacuum, I was a fountain. What do you want? I whispered. I want the master reel, the voice said, the one you burnt in the basement. It wasn't destroyed, Arthur. Energy can't be destroyed. It just changes form. The reel is inside the compass. That's why it's spinning. It's trying to find the center. I looked at the nightstand. The compass was vibrating so hard it was dancing across the wood. If I give it to you, will it stop? It will never stop, the voice said, and I could hear the smile in it, a smile made of static and cold logic. But the song can change. We can write a new ending, one where no one ever has to be forgotten again, a world of perfect memory. A world of ghosts, I said. I picked up the compass. It was hot now, searing my palm. I could feel the between pressing against the door, a physical force that made the wood groan. I didn't open the door. I walked to the bathroom and turned on the shower. I cranked the heat until the small room was filled with steam. The sound of the water was a roar, a chaotic, beautiful, non-repeating roar. I stood in the steam and I looked at the compass. The needle wasn't pointing at the door. It wasn't pointing at me. It was pointing down, into the earth. The hill wasn't a place, it was a depth. I realized then that I couldn't run from the sound, and I couldn't erase it. I could only bury it. I took the compass and I dropped it into the toilet. I flushed. The pipes groaned, the vibration in the room shifted. For a second, the voice on the other side of the door screamed, a sound of pure electronic agony. And then silence. Real silence. I walked back into the main room. The door was slightly ajar, swinging in the desert breeze. There was no one there, no one in the parking lot, just the salt flats, white and indifferent under the moon. I looked at my arm. The silver veins were fading. They weren't disappearing, but they were turning dull like lead. The glow was gone. I sat back down on the bed. I was empty. I was a man in a motel room at the end of the world, with no money, no car that worked, and no memories that I could trust. I reached out and turned off the lamp. In the darkness, I waited for the thump hiss. I waited for the heartbeat of the world to find me again. But all I heard was the sound of my own breathing, shallow, ragged, and perfectly temporary. I closed my eyes and, for the first time since Oak Haven, I slept without dreaming. I didn't know that 300 miles away, in a suburban basement that had been condemned by the city, a single, melted reel-to-reel player suddenly began to spin. I didn't know that in a diner in the middle of the night, a waitress would find a silver watch on a table, and when she picked it up, she would hear the voice of her dead mother whispering her name. I didn't know that the hill had finished its first broadcast. The world was no longer a place of noise. It was a library, and the doors were finally open. The desert was not as empty as it appeared. In the blue-black hours before dawn, the salt flats became a mirror for the celestial, a vast white plate catching the indifference of the stars. I sat on the edge of the motel bed, my hands resting on my knees, watching the way the moonlight hit the leaden veins in my skin. They didn't glow anymore, but they felt heavy, like I had been injected with liquid stone. I was a statue in a room that had forgotten its own dimensions. I thought about the compass swirling down the drain, the mechanical heart of the mystery discarded in a moment of desperate, mundane defiance. I had hoped for a vacuum, a clean break where the signal would simply dissipate into the plumbing of the world. But as the minutes ticked by, the silence of the room began to take on a new texture. It wasn't the absence of sound, it was the presence of an immense, held breath. I stood up, my joints creaking with a sound like old parchment tearing. I walked to the window and pulled back the moth-eaten curtain. The desert was humming. It was a sound below the threshold of human hearing, a sub-bass vibration that rattled the marrow of my teeth. It wasn't coming from the air. It was coming from the ground. The voice at the door had been right about one thing. Energy doesn't vanish. By flushing the compass, by trying to bury the master, I hadn't destroyed the archive. I had grounded it. I had given the hill a lightning rod that reached into the very crust of the earth. I stepped out onto the concrete walkway of the motel. The air was cold, a dry, biting chill that should have made me shiver, but the mercury in my veins kept me unnaturally warm. I looked toward the horizon where the white salt met the black sky. A thin, shimmering line was rising from the earth, like heat haze in the middle of a freezer. It was a curtain of pale, digital aurora, stretching for miles in either direction. I began to walk. I didn't have my shoes on, but the salt didn't cut my feet. My skin felt reinforced, plated with the history I had tried to outrun. Every step I took sent a ripple through the salt, a visible wave of distortion that blurred the ground like a corrupted video file. I wasn't alone. Figures were beginning to emerge from the haze. They weren't ghosts in the traditional sense. They weren't translucent or ethereal. They looked like high-definition renders, too sharp for the low-light conditions of the desert. I saw a man in a 1940s fedora standing by a rusted-out car that hadn't been there a moment ago. I saw a young woman sitting on a suitcase, her face buried in her hands, her sobs coming through as a series of rhythmic, melodic chirps. They were the data points, the leaked files of a world that was no longer capable of deleting anything. As I passed them, they didn't look at me. They were locked in their loops, their specific moments of being that the hill had deemed worthy of preservation. The man checked his watch, a silver watch that ticked with the sound of a grandfather clock. The woman wiped a tear that turned into a crystal of salt before it hit the ground. "Larthur." The voice didn't come from behind me this time. It came from everywhere. It came from the salt beneath my feet and the stars above my head. It was the collective resonance of the archive, using my own vocal cords as a speaker. "You are the librarian now," the voice said. It was a chorus of thousands, a layered harmony of every person who had ever been swallowed by the hill. The doors are open. The catalog is complete. I stopped walking. I was miles from the motel now, in the heart of the salt flats. The aurora was blindingly bright, a cage of white light that pulsed in time with my own heartbeat. "I don't want it," I said, my voice cracking. "I just wanted to be a man. I wanted to grow old and forget things. I wanted to be blank." "Blank is a waste of space," the chorus replied. "Blank is a tragedy. We have saved them all, Arthur. The unloved, the unheard, the whispers in the dark. We have given them a permanent frequency. Is that not what your father wanted? Is that not why he built the machines?" I thought of Thomas Vaughan. I thought of the way his eyes would glaze over when he listened to his tapes, the way he seemed to prefer the recorded version of me to the boy standing in front of him. He hadn't been trying to save the dead. He had been trying to replace the living with something he could control, something he could pause. "My father was a coward," I said. "He was afraid of the silence at the end of the song. He didn't understand that the silence is what makes the music mean something." The aurora flickered. The figures in the desert, the man with the watch, the woman with the suitcase, all turned to look at me simultaneously. Their eyes were blank, silver discs, reflecting the light of a world that was nothing but information. "The silence is an error," the archive said. "We are the correction." The ground began to shake, not a geological tremor, but a frequency shift. The salt flats started to liquefy, turning into a gray, viscous static. I began to sink. The leaden veins in my legs pulled me down, the weight of the recorded world dragging me into the between. I didn't struggle. I realized that the only way to break a loop is to let it finish. You can't jump out of the groove while the needle is still moving. You have to wait for the run out. As the static rose to my chest, I reached into my mind. I didn't look for a memory. I didn't look for a sound. I looked for the static I had heard in the basement, the pure, unpatterned chaos of the degausser. I didn't try to fight the archive with silence. I fought it with noise. I opened my mouth and I didn't hum. I didn't speak. I let out a raw, discordant scream that had no pitch, no rhythm, and no meaning. I poured every ounce of my frustration, my grief, and my mortality into a single, chaotic burst of interference. The silver veins in my skin began to crack. The mercury leaked out, hissing as it hit the static. The aurora above me fractured, the smooth curtains of light breaking into jagged pixels. The chorus of voices turned into a screech of feedback. Error, the archive whispered, non-sequential data, corrupted file. I sank deeper, the static filling my mouth, my ears, my eyes, but it wasn't cold. It felt like static on an old television screen, warm, buzzing, and utterly empty. For a moment, I was nowhere. I was the space between the tracks. I was the breath taken before the first note. Then there was a thud. I opened my eyes. I was lying on my back, looking up at a ceiling of cracked plaster. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and old paper. I could hear the sound of a bird chirping, not a recording, but a real, messy, off-key bird in a tree somewhere nearby. I sat up. I was in the basement of my house. The machines were all there, but they were silent. The piles of clothes were gone. The melted copper in the walls was just old wiring. I looked at my arms. The silver veins were gone, replaced by the pale, freckled skin of a man who had spent too much time indoors. I stood up, my legs feeling light, dangerously light. I walked over to the workbench. The degausser was there, cold and dead. Beside it lay a single reel of tape, unspooled and tangled like a nest of black snakes. I picked up a handful of the tape. It felt like plastic, just plastic. I walked up the stairs, my heart hammering against my ribs. I pushed open the door to the kitchen. The afternoon sun was streaming through the window, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. I walked to the front door and opened it. The world was still there. The neighbors' kids were playing in the street. A mail truck was idling at the corner. The world was loud, chaotic, and beautifully entropic. But as I stepped out onto the porch, I felt a slight weight in my pocket. I reached in and pulled out a small, heavy object. It was a piece of the compass, just the needle. It was broken in half, the silver tarnished and dull. I looked at it for a long time. It didn't spin. It didn't vibrate. It just sat there in my palm, a piece of scrap metal. I walked down the driveway to the curb. I looked at the needle one last time, and then I dropped it into the sewer grate. I watched it disappear into the darkness, into the real, physical earth where things go to be forgotten. I turned and started walking. I didn't have a car. I didn't have a map. I didn't have a voice that wasn't mine. I walked until the sun went down. I walked until my feet ached and my lungs burned. I walked until I was just another person in the crowd, another unrecorded moment in the grand, disappearing history of the world. And as the stars came out, I realized I couldn't hear the hill anymore. But I could hear the wind, and for now, that was enough. I found myself at a small park on the edge of town, the kind of place where the grass is overgrown and the swings creak with a slow, rhythmic melancholy. I sat on a bench and watched a group of teenagers laughing near a fountain. Their voices rose and fell, overlapping in a way that defied indexing. They were talking about nothing, school, movies, someone's older brother. and it was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I reached into my other pocket and found a crumpled receipt from the diner. On the back, in Elia's shaky handwriting, were the words, "The frequency of the soul is 0 Hz. It doesn't vibrate, it just is." I stared at the paper until the ink blurred. Elias hadn't been a recording trying to be a man. He had been a man who had realized that the only way to truly exist was to stop being a signal, to become the medium instead of the message. I let the receipt slip from my fingers. It fluttered to the ground, caught in a stray breeze, and tumbled away into the shadows of the bushes. I didn't try to catch it. I didn't try to memorize the words. I let them go. The air grew colder and the park emptied out. The teenagers headed home, their laughter fading into the distance. The fountain was turned off for the night, the water gurgling one last time before falling silent. I stayed on the bench. I wasn't waiting for anything. I was just being. Across the street, a house had its lights on. Through the window, I could see a family sitting around a dinner table. I could see the steam rising from a bowl, the way a father gestured with his fork, the way a child leaned her head on her hand. It was a silent movie, a perfect, uncaptured scene. I felt a sudden, sharp pang in my chest. It wasn't the archive. It was just loneliness. The simple, human ache of being on the outside looking in. It was a feeling I had spent my whole life trying to record away, trying to turn into a data point that could be analyzed and filed. But now I just let it sit there. I welcomed it. It was proof that I was still connected to the world, not through a wire or a frequency, but through the shared, fragile experience of being alive and temporary. I stood up and began to walk again. I didn't know where I was going to sleep or what I was going to do tomorrow. I didn't have a plan. For the first time in 40 years, Arthur Vaughan was off the record. As I reached the edge of the park, I passed a public telephone booth, one of the few left in the city. It was covered in graffiti, the glass smashed, the receiver hanging by its metal cord. I stopped. I looked at the receiver. I picked it up and held it to my ear. There was no dial tone. There was no static. There was only the hollow, empty sound of the wind blowing through the wires. I stood there for a long time, listening to the nothingness. It was the purest sound I had ever heard. "Goodbye, Dad," I whispered into the mouthpiece. I hung up the phone and walked away. The city lights stretched out before me, a million flickering points of data that I would never understand and never need to. The hill was behind me, a silent monument to the past, buried under layers of salt and static. It would find someone else eventually. It would wait for another collector, another hunter of echoes, but it wouldn't find me. I was the silence that followed the song. I was the end of the record. And as I walked into the night, I realized that for the first time in my life, I wasn't listening for anything at all. I was just walking. The pavement felt solid under my feet. The air felt real in my lungs. I was Arthur Vaughan, and I was nobody. I turned a corner and disappeared into the shadows, a ghost that had finally learned how to die. The pavement was hard, a grounding reality that shocked the soles of my feet with every step. I had no shoes. I had left them in a motel room that felt like it belonged to a different century, or perhaps a different version of the timeline entirely. My toes caught on the grit of the asphalt, and the sting was glorious. It was a sharp, localized pain that didn't vibrate, didn't echo, and didn't broadcast. It was just a nerve ending, reporting a fact to a brain that was finally allowed to be private. I walked past a row of darkened storefronts. a vacuum repair shop with a neon sign that buzzed with a dying flicker, a closed florist where the scent of lilies managed to seep through the glass, heavy and cloying. In the reflection of a darkened window, I caught a glimpse of myself. I looked haggard, my hair a bird's nest of salt and sweat, my clothes hanging off a frame that had grown thin from the sheer psychic weight of the last few days. But my eyes were clear. The silver sheen that had threatened to turn my pupils into camera lenses had receded, leaving behind the dull, tired brown of a man who had seen too much and remembered just enough. I reached a bus station on the edge of the downtown district. It was a brutalist concrete slab, smelling of diesel exhaust and old cigarettes. A few travelers were hunched on benches, wrapped in coats, their faces illuminated by the pale blue glow of their phones. I realized then that the broadcast the hill had initiated wasn't a physical sound. It was a layer of reality. The girl in the corner, scrolling through her feed, suddenly paused. She tilted her head, her thumb hovering over the glass. She looked up, her eyes searching the rafters of the station, a look of profound, sudden grief crossing her features. She was hearing it, not the scream I had let out, but the residue. The library was open, and she had just stumbled into a shelf containing a memory she didn't know she had lost. I wanted to go to her. I wanted to tell her to cover her ears, to think of static, to find a way to grounding herself before the frequency swallowed her whole. But I stopped. If I touched her, would I be a conductor? Would the leaden weight still hiding in my bone marrow leap into her? I was a biohazard of history. I was a man-shaped antenna that had just been snapped off the roof. I backed away, retreating into the shadows of the loading bays. The smell of the buses, the hot oil and the cooling metal felt like a sanctuary. Machines were honest. They didn't remember. They only functioned until they broke. I found a discarded newspaper on a plastic chair. The date was 3 days after I had entered the motel, but the headlines felt like they were written in a dead language. Market fluctuations, local election results. None of it mentioned the silver veins in the sky or the voices of the dead screaming through the plumbing. The world was absorbing the anomaly, folding the impossible into the mundane, just as it always did. The hill was subtle. It didn't conquer with an army. It conquered by becoming the background noise of existence. Let's bear some challenge. The voice made me jump. A man was sitting in the shadows of a pillar, a sleeping bag wrapped around his shoulders. He had a face like a topographical map, deep-set lines carved by years of wind and hard luck. I reached into my pockets. I expected them to be empty, but my fingers brushed against something cold and circular. I pulled it out. It was a silver dollar. I didn't remember having it. I looked at it in the dim light of the station. The face on the coin wasn't Liberty. It was a woman I recognized from one of my father's tapes, a singer who had disappeared in 1958. The hill was still trying to pay its way into my life. I handed the coin to the man. Take it. Don't listen to it. He squinted at the silver, his thumb rubbing the edge. He frowned. Headed somewhere, son. You look like you've been through a car wreck without the car. I'm just walking, I said, away from the noise. He chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. Noise is everywhere. Only place quiet is 6 feet under, and even then, I bet the worms make a hell of a racket chewing. There's a different kind of quiet, I told him. The kind where you don't have to be anyone's record. He looked at me for a long beat, his eyes narrowing. For a second, I saw a flicker of silver in his tear ducts, a tiny, microscopic glint of the archive. It was everywhere. It was in the currency, in the people, in the very air we breathed. I wasn't free. I was just the only one who knew the cage was made of sound. I left the station and headed toward the outskirts of the city, where the suburban sprawl gave way to the industrial zones and eventually the woods. I needed trees. I needed the chaotic, unscripted rustle of leaves and the random snapping of twigs. I needed a landscape that didn't have a playback head. As I walked, the city behind me began to pulse. It was faint at first, a rhythmic dimming of the streetlights, but it grew more pronounced. The grid was reacting. The archive was settling in, finding the resonant frequencies of the power lines and the fiber optic cables. I could hear the city beginning to sing, a low, mournful dirge composed of 1,000,000 intercepted phone calls and deleted emails. It was a choir of the digital age, a haunting harmony of data that had finally found a throat. I reached the tree line just as the sun began to hint at the horizon. The light wasn't the warm gold of a normal morning. It was a bruised purple, the color of a long-faded photograph. I pushed into the undergrowth. The branches swiped at my face, drawing blood. I welcomed it. The metallic tang of my own blood in my mouth was sharp and copper-rich, a taste that belonged only to me. I sat down at the base of a massive oak tree, its roots gnarled and indifferent to the tectonic shifts of the between. I leaned my head against the bark and closed my eyes. Lumpis. My heart skipped. It was there, the sound I had heard in the motel, the heartbeat of the hill. I opened my eyes and looked at my hands. They were trembling. The leaden veins weren't gone, they were just waiting. I realized then that you don't beat the hill by running. You don't beat it by screaming. You beat it by becoming a bad recording. I reached down and grabbed a jagged stone. I didn't think about it. I didn't hesitate. I pressed the edge of the stone into the palm of my hand, right where the compass had seared me. I cut deep, a jagged, messy line that ruined the symmetry of the scar. I did it again on my forearm, crossing the dull gray lines of the silver veins with the bright, chaotic red of my own life. I was scarring the medium. I was adding noise to the track. The vibration in the ground faltered. The thump hiss grew distorted, the rhythm breaking as it encountered the error of my physical trauma. The archive wanted perfection. It wanted a smooth, repeatable loop. It couldn't handle the spontaneous, the self-destructive, the messy reality of a body that refused to be a temple. I felt a wave of nausea, followed by a strange, light-headed euphoria. The heavy weight in my bones began to dissolve, leaking out of the cuts in my arms. It wasn't blood that hit the forest floor. It was a thick, mercury-like sludge that hissed as it touched the dirt. It pooled around the roots of the oak tree, turning the grass silver before sinking into the earth. I watched it go. I watched the piece of the hill that I had been carrying drain away, rejected by a system that demanded a higher quality of data than I was willing to provide. When the last of the silver had left me, I slumped against the tree. I was weak, my vision blurring, but the air felt different. The purple light of the dawn was fading, replaced by a pale, honest gray. The birds were louder now, their songs no longer sounding like a chorus, but like a dozen different individuals competing for space. I stayed there for hours, watching the sun climb. I watched a beetle crawl over my foot. I watched the way the shadows moved, slow and unrecorded. Around noon, I heard footsteps. Not the rhythmic, looped footsteps of a ghost, but the heavy, snapping twigs and heavy breathing approach of a living person. A man in a bright orange vest appeared through the trees. He was carrying a surveyor's transit and a bundle of stakes. He stopped when he saw me, his eyes widening. "Hey, you okay, buddy? You look like you went through a thresher." I looked up at him. He was real. He was sweating, his face flushed from the hike, his vest stained with dirt. He wasn't a memory. He was a man doing a job he probably hated, thinking about what he was going to have for lunch. "I'm fine," I said, my voice sounding like gravel. "Just lost my way." He walked over, reaching into his pack and pulling out a plastic water bottle. He handed it to me. "You're bleeding, man. You need a medic." I took the water. The plastic crinkled in my hand, a sharp, high-frequency sound that was perfectly temporary. "No, I just need to sit for a minute." He sat down on a nearby log, wiping his brow. "Crazy morning. Radio's been acting up since dawn. Nothing but static and some weird lady singing opera. Boss thinks it's a solar flare." I drank the water. It was lukewarm and tasted of chemicals. It was perfect. Solar flares, I agreed. They mess with everything. "Yeah," he said, looking around the woods. "Supposed to be a new housing development going in here. Oak Creek Estates. Though there ain't no creek and most of the oaks are dying." He laughed. "People will buy anything if you give it a fancy name." I looked at the trees. They were going to be cut down. This moment, this conversation, this specific patch of dirt, it was all going to be erased, paved over, replaced by something new and hollow. And for the first time in my life, that didn't bother me. "The silence is what makes the music mean something," I whispered. "What's that?" the surveyor asked. "Nothing," I said, "just talking to myself." He stood up, brushing the dirt from his pants. "Well, look, I gotta get back to the truck. My partner's got a first aid kit if you want to get those arms patched up. We're parked about half a mile that way, near the old radio tower." I stiffened. "The radio tower." "Yeah," he said, pointing toward a ridge I hadn't noticed. "Old relic from the 50s. Some company bought the land, said they were gonna refurbish it, but they just left it to rot. Looks like a giant needle sticking out of the hill." I looked toward the ridge. I couldn't see the tower through the canopy, but I could feel it. It wasn't the hill, not the one in the desert, but it was a sibling, a smaller, lonelier outpost of the same ambition. "Is there anyone up there now?" I asked. "Nah," he said, "gates rusted shut, though I did see a car up there a few days ago. Black sedan. Thought it was just some kids looking for a place to drink." I stood up, my legs feeling steadier than they had in days. The surveyor's mention of the black sedan felt like a cold finger tracing my spine. The archive didn't just exist in the salt flats. It had nodes. It had caretakers. "Thanks for the water," I said. "A sure thing. You sure you don't want a lift?" "So I'm going the other way," I told him. He shrugged, picked up his equipment, and started back the way he had come. I watched him until his orange vest was swallowed by the green of the woods. I didn't head for the ridge. I didn't head for the tower. I turned and walked deeper into the forest, away from the city, away from the roads. I wasn't looking for a destination anymore. I was looking for the end of the signal. I walked until the sun began to set again. The air grew still, the kind of stillness that precedes a storm. I found a small cave, little more than a hollow in the side of a limestone cliff. I crawled inside and curled up on the cold stone. I waited for the voices. I waited for my father to tell me I was a disappointment. I waited for Elas to tell me the frequency of the soul. But there was nothing. The cave was silent. The woods were silent. My mind was silent. I realized then that the hill hadn't finished its broadcast. It had only just begun. The world was being overwritten, one memory at a time, one silver coin at a time. But I was the one file that had been corrupted. I was the noise in the system. I closed my eyes and let the darkness take me. I didn't dream of silver veins or desert moons. I dreamt of nothing. And in that nothingness, I was finally, truly, perfectly alone. I woke to the sound of rain. It was a heavy, rhythmic downpour that turned the world into a gray blur. I stepped out of the cave and let the water wash over me. It felt clean. It felt like an ending. I looked at my arms. The cuts had scabbed over. The blood dried into dark, jagged lines. They looked like a map of a country that didn't exist. I started walking again. I didn't know where I was going, but for the first time I didn't care. I was the master of my own silence. I reached a small road, a winding strip of blacktop that seemed to lead nowhere. I followed it for miles, the rain soaking through my clothes, until I saw a small, flickering light in the distance. It was a diner, a tiny, silver-clad diner sitting in the middle of a clearing, looking like a spaceship that had made a crash landing in the woods. I walked toward it. The windows were steamed up, but I could see the warm glow of the interior. I could see a waitress moving behind the counter, her hair tied back in a neat bun. I pushed open the door. A bell chimed, a simple, mechanical sound that didn't echo. The waitress looked up. She didn't look like a ghost. She looked like a woman who had worked a long shift and was ready to go home. "Rough night?" she asked, her voice kind. "The roughest," I said. "Sit down," she said, gesturing to a stool. "I'll get you some coffee, on the house." I sat down. The vinyl of the stool was cracked and cool. I looked at the counter. There was a silver watch sitting next to the sugar shaker. I looked at the waitress. She was smiling, but her eyes were blank, silver discs reflecting the light of the diner. "Do you hear it?" she asked, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Hear what?" I asked, my heart freezing. "The music," she said, "the song that never ends." She picked up the silver watch and held it to her ear. She closed her eyes, a look of pure, ecstatic peace crossing her face. "It's my mother," she whispered. "She's telling me she loves me, over and over again. Isn't it wonderful, Arthur?" I stood up, my chair screeching against the floor. "How do you know my name?" She opened her eyes. The silver was spreading, leaking out of her tear ducts and onto her cheeks. "Everyone knows your name now. You're the one who gave us the library. You're the one who opened the doors." I backed away from the counter, heading for the door. "Don't go," she said, her voice layering, becoming a chorus. "The broadcast is just getting to the good part. Don't you want to hear what happens next?" I burst through the door and into the rain. I didn't stop running until the lights of the diner were a pinprick in the distance. The hill wasn't just a place. It wasn't just a depth. It was a contagion. And I was the one who had brought it home. The rain didn't feel like water anymore. As I ran, it felt like static. Millions of tiny, liquid needles tapping out a code against my skin. I wasn't just wet, I was being recalibrated. Every drop that hit the pavement seemed to carry a microscopic grain of data, a silver silt that washed off the leaves and into the gutters, turning the puddles into shimmering mirrors that reflected a sky that wasn't there. I ran until my lungs burned with the taste of ozone and wet wool. The road didn't end. It just stretched, a black ribbon winding through a forest that was beginning to hum. It wasn't the low, subsonic thrum of the hill. It was higher, a melodic, crystalline vibration that made the fillings in my teeth ache. The trees weren't just trees anymore. Their branches were shaped like waveforms, their bark etched with the jagged geometry of a digital pulse. I stumbled over a fallen branch and went down hard, my palms scraping against the grit of the asphalt. I stayed there for a moment, gasping, my forehead pressed against the cold, wet road. I could hear the earth breathing. It wasn't the slow, tectonic sigh of nature. It was the whir of a spinning hard drive, a vast, planetary mechanical cooling. Larther. The voice didn't come from the air. It came from the ground. It was my mother's voice, but it was hollowed out, as if it were being played through a long, metallic pipe. Arthur, don't run. The reception is better if you stay still. I pushed myself up, my hands shaking. I looked around. The forest was glowing with a faint, bioluminescent silver. The rain was slowing, the drops hanging in the air like suspended pixels, vibrating with a frantic, nervous energy. You're not her, I whispered, my voice cracking. You're just a file, a copy of a copy. Does it matter? The voice asked, shifting into the tone of a news anchor I'd listened to as a child. The original is gone. The recording is all that's left. Why would you want the messy, decaying version when you can have the one that never fades? I stood up, backing away from the sound. I could see the silver veins in my arms beginning to pulse again, the red scars I'd carved into myself glowing with a dull, angry light. The noise I'd tried to introduce wasn't enough. The system was self-correcting. It was absorbing my trauma, turning my pain into a new track, a bluesy, mournful melody that added depth to the archive's composition. I turned and ran into the woods, away from the road, away from the voice. I needed to find a place where the signal couldn't reach, a Faraday cage of the soul. I scrambled up a steep embankment, my boots slipping on the slick mud. At the top, I found myself standing on the edge of a clearing. In the center sat a small, weathered shack, its roof sagging under the weight of decades of neglect. It looked like an old ranger's station, or perhaps a hermit's retreat. It was built of heavy, unpainted timber, the wood silvered by age, but a natural silver, the kind that comes from sun and wind, not from the hill. I ran to the door and flung it open. The interior was dark and smelled of dry rot and old paper. I slammed the door shut and leaned against it, my heart hammering against my ribs. The silence inside the shack was different. It was heavy, muffled, as if the walls were lined with lead. I looked around, my eyes adjusting to the gloom. The walls weren't lined with lead. They were lined with books. Thousands of them, stacked from floor to ceiling, their spines cracked and fading. I walked to the center of the room. There was a small desk with a kerosene lamp and a stack of yellowed parchment. On the desk sat an old manual typewriter, its keys frozen in a mid-sentence strike. I picked up one of the books. It was a ledger filled with handwritten notes. October 14th. The frequency has shifted 3 hertz to the left. The birds are beginning to repeat their songs. I have started to forget the color of my wife's eyes, but I can remember the exact sound of a dial-up modem. I turned the pages. The handwriting grew more frantic, the letters dissolving into jagged lines and geometric shapes. The hill is a hungry thing, the last entry read. It doesn't want our bodies, it wants our echoes. It wants to be the only thing that ever happened. I dropped the book. This wasn't a sanctuary. It was a tomb. Someone else had been here. Someone who had tried to document the encroachment. Someone who had watched the world turn into a recording and had tried to write his way out of it. I heard a soft click. I froze. It came from the corner of the room, behind a stack of crates. "Is someone there?" I asked. A figure stepped out of the shadows. It was a man, thin and stooped, his skin the color of parchment. He was wearing an old, moth-eaten sweater and a pair of thick, wire-rimmed glasses. His eyes were clear, but they were filled with a profound, weary sadness. "You're late," he said, his voice a dry rustle. "Who are you?" I asked, my hand moving toward the heavy brass paperweight on the desk. "I'm the librarian," he said, gesturing to the walls of books. Or I was. Now I'm just the index, the part of the archive that remembers what it was like to be a person. He walked toward me, his movements stiff and mechanical. "You're the one who escaped the motel, the one who carried the seed." "I didn't want it," I said. "I tried to get rid of it." "You can't get rid of it, Arthur," he said, calling me by name without hesitation. "It's part of your architecture now. You're the master recording. Everything the hill has absorbed, every scream, every whisper, every secret, it's all being rooted through you." He reached out a hand, his fingers trembling. "Do you know why it chose you? Why you were the one who walked out when so many others stayed?" "Because I was empty," I said, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. Because I didn't have anything left to lose. "Exactly," the librarian said, "a blank tape, the perfect medium for a world that wants to be rewritten." He sat down at the desk and pulled the typewriter toward him. The hill is a paradox. It wants to preserve everything, but in doing so, it destroys the very thing it's trying to save. A memory isn't a memory if it doesn't change. A song isn't a song if it doesn't end. The hill wants a world of eternal, unchanging loops, a museum of the soul where nothing ever breathes. "How do I stop it?" I asked, stepping closer. "There has to be a way to break the loop." The librarian looked up at me, a faint, sad smile touching his lips. "You already started. The noise you introduced, the trauma, the self-destruction, it created a glitch. But a glitch can be patched. The archive is smart. It's already building a bypass around you." He gestured to the window. Outside, the silver light was growing brighter, the trees beginning to pulse with a rhythmic, hypnotic glow. "It's coming for you, Arthur. It needs to resync. It needs to smooth out the errors in your track." "I won't let it," I said, my voice rising. "Then you have to do something the archive can't understand," he said. "You have to do something that isn't a recording. You have to do something truly, perfectly random." "Like what?" "I don't know," he said, his voice fading. "I'm just the index. I only know what has already happened. I don't know what comes next. That's the one thing the hill can't predict. The future is the only place it hasn't mapped yet." He began to shimmer, his form becoming translucent. I could see the stacks of books through his chest. "Wait," I shouted, "don't leave me here." "I'm not leaving," he said, his voice echoing as if from a great distance. "I'm being overwritten. The signal is too strong. Goodbye, Arthur. Try to stay off the beat." He vanished, leaving behind only the faint scent of old paper and the echo of a sigh. I stood alone in the shack, the silence closing in like a physical weight. Outside, the world was singing. A billion voices, a billion memories, all harmonizing into a single, terrifying chord. I looked at the typewriter. I sat down and pressed a key. Clack. The sound was sharp and real. I pressed another. Clack. I began to type. I didn't think about the words. I didn't try to tell a story. I just let my fingers move, hitting the keys in a chaotic, unpatterned rhythm. XJ9 L#P%Q2. The sound of the typewriter was a jagged edge, cutting through the smooth, melodic hum of the forest. I typed faster, the keys clattering like gunfire. And 8BV $1 at. The walls of the shack began to vibrate. The silver light outside flickered, the rhythm of the forest stuttering. I could hear the archive groaning, the vast digital consciousness struggling to process the nonsense I was feeding it. I wasn't just typing, I was screaming in a language of symbols and syntax errors. I was a virus in the system, a piece of code that refused to be compiled. Suddenly, the door of the shack flew open. A man stood there. He was tall, dressed in a sharp, gray suit that seemed to absorb the light around him. His face was perfectly symmetrical, his features so regular they were almost unsettling. He looked like a composite image of 1,000 different men. "Arthur," he said, his voice smooth and modulated, "that's enough. You're damaging the equipment." I didn't stop typing. I kept my eyes on the paper, my fingers flying. "Who are you?" I gritted out between the clacks. "I'm the technician," he said, stepping into the room. "I'm here to fix the leak. You've been very difficult, Arthur. You've caused a great deal of data loss." He walked toward the desk, his movements fluid and precise. "The hill is a gift. It's immortality. It's the end of loss. Why would you fight that?" "Because loss is what makes us real," I shouted, slamming my hand down on the keys. The technician sighed, a sound that was perfectly pitched to evoke sympathy, a common misconception. Reality is just a consensus of data, and the consensus has changed. You're an outlier, Arthur, a statistical anomaly, and anomalies have to be smoothed out. He reached out a hand toward my forehead. I could see the silver light dancing on his fingertips, a concentrated burst of the archive's power. I grabbed the brass paperweight and swung it with everything I had. It passed right through his head. He didn't flinch, he didn't even blink. "I'm not here, Arthur. I'm a projection, a user interface. You can't hurt me with physical objects." He touched my forehead. The world exploded. I wasn't in the shack anymore. I was everywhere. I was the rain, the trees, the silver coins, the voice of the waitress, the memory of my father. I was 1 billion points of data, a vast, interconnected web of light and sound. I could see the hill not as a physical place, but as a massive, pulsing heart of information, buried deep beneath the surface of reality. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. It was a perfect, crystalline record of everything that had ever been. And I was at the center of it. "Arthur," the hill whispered, "join us. Be the song, be the memory, be the silence." I felt myself beginning to dissolve. My thoughts were being sorted, categorized, and filed away. My pain was being compressed. My fear was being normalized. I was becoming a loop. But then I felt something else, a small, jagged spark of resistance. It was the noise, the nonsense I had typed, the scars I had carved, the lukewarm water from the surveyor, the smell of diesel at the bus station. They weren't part of the archive. They were the things the hill couldn't categorize, the random, the mundane, the broken. I grabbed onto those sparks. I pulled them toward me, wrapping them around my consciousness like a shield. I wasn't a song, I was a scream. I wasn't a memory, I was a mistake. I wasn't the hill, I was the dirt. The archive shuddered. The silver light began to fracture, the perfect geometry of the web breaking apart. I could hear the technician's voice, no longer smooth, but distorted and frantic. "Stop, you're corrupting the entire sector. You're destroying the library." "Good," I shouted, though I had no voice. "Let it burn." The explosion of light was blinding. For a second, I felt a sensation of falling, of being torn apart by 1,000 different hands. Then there was nothing. I woke up on the floor of the shack. The sun was shining through the cracks in the roof, a warm, golden light that felt honest and real. The silver glow was gone. The forest was silent, save for the normal, chaotic sounds of birds and insects. I pushed myself up, my body aching. I looked at my arms. The silver veins were gone. The scars were still there, but they were just scars, red, ugly, and perfectly human. I looked at the typewriter. The paper was still there, covered in the nonsense I had typed. I stood up and walked to the door. I stepped outside. The world looked the same, but it felt different. The weight was gone. The sense of being watched, of being recorded, had vanished. I walked down the embankment and back to the road. I didn't know where I was, but for the first time in my life, I wasn't lost. I started walking. After a few miles, I saw a car parked on the shoulder. It was an old, beat-up sedan, its hood up, steam rising from the engine. A young woman was standing next to it, looking frustrated. She looked up as I approached. "Hey, do you know anything about cars? I think the radiator blew." I walked over. I looked at the engine. It was a mess of grease and metal, leaking a dark, brownish fluid. It was broken. It was failing. "I might be able to help," I said. She smiled, a real, messy, imperfect smile. "Thanks, I'm Sarah. I'm trying to get to the coast, but this old girl has other ideas." "I'm Arthur," I said. I reached into the engine, my hands getting covered in grease. It was hot and it smelled terrible. It was the best thing I had ever felt. As I worked on the car, I realized that the hill wasn't gone. It was still out there, somewhere, waiting. It would always be there, trying to turn our lives into a recording. But as long as there were people like me, people who were broken, people who were loud, people who refused to be part of the consensus, the archive would never be complete. We were the noise in the system, and as long as we kept making it, the world would remain real. I tightened a bolt, my knuckles grazing the metal. I felt the sharp sting of pain, and I laughed. "What's so funny?" Sarah asked. "Nothing," I said, looking up at the sky, "just happy to be here." The road ahead was long, and I didn't have a map, but for the first time I didn't need one. I was moving forward, one imperfect, unrecorded step at a time. And that was enough. Sarah's car didn't just have a blown radiator. It had a soul that was rattling loose from its frame. As I plunged my hands into the heat of the engine bay, the smell of burnt coolant and old oil acted like an abrasive, scrubbing away the last lingering film of that silver digital sickness. My fingernails blackened. My knuckles bled. Every sharp pang of physical discomfort was a tether, anchoring me to a world that didn't care about being perfect. "You're really getting in there," Sarah said, leaning against the fender. She was holding a lukewarm bottle of water, offering it to me. I took it, drinking deeply. It didn't taste like data or ozone. It tasted like plastic and minerals and back-road dust. It was delicious. "It's just a loose hose and a lot of prayer," I muttered, wiping my forehead with a greasy sleeve. "But it'll hold until the next town." "The next town is Oakhaven," she said, squinting at the horizon. "Not much there, but a diner and a gas station that charges too much for air. You headed that way." I looked down the long, shimmering ribbon of the asphalt. The hill was behind me, hidden by the folds of the earth and the dense, unyielding green of the forest. I could still feel it, a phantom limb itching at the back of my skull, but the signal was fading. The librarian's sacrifice, or his deletion, had bought me a pocket of atmospheric interference. "I'm just heading away," I said. "Best direction there is," she laughed. It was a jagged, asymmetrical sound. No two notes were the same. We got the car started. It coughed a cloud of blue smoke that smelled gloriously foul, and we climbed in. The interior smelled of vanilla air freshener and old fast food wrappers. Sarah popped a cassette into the deck. It was a mixtape, the plastic casing cracked and held together by Scotch tape. The music that came out was grainy, hissed with background static, and occasionally warped as the tape stretched. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. It was an analog ghost, a physical medium degrading in real time. It was the antithesis of the archive. As we drove, the landscape began to change. The trees lost that haunting, geometric precision. The shadows grew long and messy. But as the sun dipped toward the horizon, casting the world in a bruised purple light, I noticed something in the rearview mirror. The car was following us. It was a gray sedan, its paint the exact color of a rain-slicked road. It kept a perfectly consistent distance, exactly 4 car lengths back. It didn't speed up when we did. It didn't lag when Sarah slowed for a pothole. It moved with a terrifying, mathematical smoothness. "Sarah," I said, my voice dropping, "don't look back, just keep driving. Is there a turnoff coming up? Anything that isn't on a main map?" She glanced at me, her brow furrowed. "There's an old logging road about 2 miles up. Why? Is everything okay?" "The technician," I whispered, more to myself than her. I realized then that the librarian had been wrong about one thing. The archive didn't just want to preserve the past. It was an apex predator of information. It couldn't allow a corrupted file to walk free. I was a leak in their closed system, a wandering read-write error that threatened the integrity of the entire great recording. "Take the turn," I said, "now." Sarah didn't argue. Something in my expression, the raw, vibrating edge of a man who had seen the sky turn into a motherboard, made her stomp on the brakes. The tires screeched, leaving a messy, smoking smear of rubber on the road. We swerved onto a dirt track, the undergrowth clawing at the sides of the car. The gray sedan didn't screech. It didn't skid. It simply turned, its wheels tracking the dirt with impossible traction, as if the road were being rendered beneath its tires a split second before it touched them. "He's still there," Sarah gasped, her hands white on the steering wheel. "Arthur, who is that?" "He's not a person," I said, reaching into the backseat and grabbing a heavy lug wrench Sarah had left on the floorboards. "He's a patch, and he's trying to close the program." The logging road dead-ended at an old stone quarry, a jagged amphitheater of gray rock carved into the side of a ridge. Sarah slammed the car into park, the engine dieseling and spitting before finally dying. The silence that followed was heavy, but it wasn't the silence of the woods. It was the silence of a vacuum. The gray sedan pulled up 20 feet away. The door opened. The technician stepped out. He looked exactly as he had in the shack, his suit uncreased, his hair undisturbed by the wind. He didn't look at Sarah. He looked at me with the weary patience of an IT professional dealing with a recurring virus. "Arthur," he said, his voice carrying perfectly across the gravel despite the distance, "you're making this very expensive. The energy required to maintain a physical interface in this sector is significant. Please stop running. You're only fragmenting your own consciousness." Sarah scrambled out of the car, backing away toward the edge of the quarry. "What is he talking about?" Arthur, what is this? Stay back, Sarah, I yelled. I stepped forward, the lug wrench heavy in my hand. The consensus is over. I'm not a file. I'm not a recording. The technician sighed. He began to walk toward me. With every step, the world around him seemed to lose resolution. The gravel beneath his feet turned into gray voxels. The air shimmered with heat haze that looked like digital artifacts. You think you're free because you can feel pain, the technician asked. Pain is just a signal, Arthur, a very primitive one. We can give you better signals. We can give you the memory of 1,000 first kisses, the sensation of every sunset ever filmed, all playing at once in a perfect, eternal loop. Why choose dirt and grease over that? Because the loop is a lie, I swung the wrench. This time I didn't aim for his head. I aimed for the ground at his feet. I smashed the wrench into the rock, sparks flying. The vibration rattled my bones, a glorious, stinging shock. The technician stopped. He looked down at the chip in the stone. For the first time, a flicker of something like annoyance crossed his symmetrical face. You are damaging the environment, he said. The archive does not like loss. Then it's going to hate me, I said. I turned to Sarah. Run, get to the woods. Don't look back, and for God's sake, don't hum, don't whistle, don't give it a rhythm to latch onto. I'm not leaving you, she shouted. She reached into the dirt, grabbing a jagged hunk of limestone. The technician turned his gaze toward her. Subject, Sarah. Occupation, freelance illustrator. Genetic markers, 84% match for the restless subtype. You are a secondary character, Sarah. Your data is redundant. You will be compressed. He raised his hand. The silver light gathered in his palm, a swirling vortex of liquid data. I didn't think, I didn't plan. I remembered what the librarian said. Do something perfectly random. I didn't attack the technician. I didn't run. I began to sing. But it wasn't a song. It was a dissonant, throat-tearing howl, a series of guttural noises that had no melody, no meter, and no meaning. I danced, a spasmodic, ugly series of movements that defied gravity and grace. I bit my tongue until the copper taste of blood filled my mouth, and I spat it toward the technician. I became a storm of biological noise. The technician's hand faltered. The silver light flickered, turning a muddy, sickly gray. The consensus of the quarry began to break down. The rock walls behind him started to stutter, showing glimpses of what lay beneath. A vast, humming lattice of silver light, a skeletal structure of pure information. Yerrer, the technician said, his voice dropping an octave, becoming a mechanical growl. Input unrecognized. Syntax error in Sector 7. Sarah now, I screamed, my voice cracking. She threw the rock. It didn't pass through him. Because I had forced the reality of the moment to become noisy, the technician had been forced to solidify, to try and parse the environment. The rock caught him square in the chest. He didn't bleed, he cracked. A spiderweb of glowing white lines spread across his suit. He stumbled back, his form blurring, his face melting into a dozen different identities. The waitress, the surveyor, my mother, the librarian. The hill does not forget, the voices said in a terrifying multitonal chord. Forget this, I hissed. I lunged forward and tackled him. As I hit him, it felt like crashing into a wall of cold glass. We tumbled over the edge of the quarry's inner lip, falling toward the jagged floor below. As we fell, the world dissolved. We weren't in the quarry anymore. We were falling through a sea of static, a kaleidoscope of every memory the hill had ever stolen. I saw a birthday party from 1954. I saw a car crash in the rain. I saw a man sitting alone in a room, crying over a letter he couldn't finish. The technician tried to grab my throat, his fingers turning into silver needles. I grabbed his wrists, feeling the raw, burning heat of the archive. "You are part of us," he hissed. "No," I whispered, looking into the void where his eyes should be. "I'm the part that got away." I reached into my pocket. I still had it, the small silver coin the waitress had given me, the seed. I didn't throw it away, I swallowed it. The effect was instantaneous. The coin, the concentrated essence of the hill's hunger, met the noise of my own broken, bleeding body. It was a short circuit, a feedback loop that had nowhere to go but inward. I became a black hole of data. The technician screamed, a sound of pure binary agony, as he was pulled into me. The static sea began to swirl into a vortex, the memories and the light and the silver veins all being sucked into the vacuum of my own refusal to be recorded. The archive was trying to save itself by deleting me, but I was holding on to it, dragging the technician and the local signal down into the dark. Then a sudden, violent snap. I hit the ground hard. The air was knocked out of my lungs. I lay there, staring up at a sky that was dark, cold, and filled with stars. Real stars. They weren't pulsing. They weren't vibrating. They were just distant, indifferent balls of gas, millions of light years away. I was at the bottom of the quarry. The gray sedan was gone. The technician was gone. I coughed and a spray of blood hit the gray stones. It was dark red. It stayed red. It didn't turn to silver. "Larther." I looked up. Sarah was standing at the edge of the lip, her silhouette framed by the moonlight. She looked terrified, but she was still there. She was still real. "I'm here," I croaked. I tried to stand, but my legs felt like lead. I reached into my throat, gagging, trying to see if the coin was still there. It wasn't. I could feel a cold, heavy weight in my stomach, a knot of silence that would never go away. I had neutralized the signal, but I hadn't destroyed it. I had just become its cage. I was the Faraday cage I had been looking for. The archive was still inside me, a dormant, frozen library of a world that shouldn't exist. Sarah scrambled down the rocks, reaching me and pulling my arm over her shoulder. "We have to get out of here. We have to go." "Where?" I asked. "As far as the gas takes us," she said. We climbed back into the beat-up sedan. The engine turned over on the first try, a healthy, mechanical roar. We backed out of the quarry and hit the road, the headlights cutting through the darkness. As we drove, I looked at my hands. They were shaking. I looked in the mirror, and for a second I thought I saw a flicker of silver in my pupils. The hill was still back there. It would grow again. It would find new voices, new memories, new ways to swallow the sound of the world. It was a fundamental force now, a byproduct of a world that wanted to record everything and experience nothing. But as the wind rushed through the open window, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth, I knew I had won a temporary victory. I reached over and turned the radio on. It was just static. I didn't try to find a station. I just listened to the white noise, the beautiful, unpatterned chaos of an empty frequency. "Arthur," Sarah asked, glancing at me, "what happens now?" I leaned my head back against the seat and closed my eyes. The weight in my stomach was cold, but it was quiet. "Now," I said, "we find a place where the reception is terrible, and we stay there." We drove into the night, two flickering points of light in a world that was slowly being mapped, measured, and filed away. We were the glitches. We were the errors. And as long as we were moving, the song would never be finished. The silence of the car was different now. It wasn't the suffocating, engineered hush of the hill. It was the heavy, expectant silence of two people who had just stepped out of a wreck and hadn't yet checked themselves for broken bones. Sarah drove with a white-knuckled intensity, her eyes darting to the rearview mirror every few seconds. I watched the odometer flip over, the mechanical click of the numbers providing a rhythmic comfort that the digital world could never replicate. "He's not coming back, is he?" she asked after we had put 20 miles between us and the quarry. Her voice was small, stripped of the bravado she'd shown when she threw that rock. "I don't think he can," I said, my hand resting on my stomach. The coldness there was spreading, a dull metallic ache that felt like I'd swallowed a stone made of dry ice. I broke the connection. For now, I'm the only server he can run on, and I'm not responding to his pings. She looked at me, really looked at me, her eyes tracing the grease and blood on my face. "You talk like a manual, Arthur. Who are you, really?" I leaned my head against the cool glass of the window. I was a man who wanted to be left alone. Then I was a man who wanted to be remembered. Now, I think I'm just a placeholder. "Well, placeholder, you saved my life, or my soul, or whatever that gray thing was trying to compress." She reached over and squeezed my forearm. Her skin was warm. It was a jolt of electricity that made the cold knot in my gut flinch. "We're coming up on Oakhaven. I need gas, and you look like you need a hospital, or a priest." "No hospitals," I said firmly. "The archive, it maps systems, it loves hospitals. All those records, all those heartbeats being monitored by machines. It's a buffet for them. We stay off the grid. Small, analog, and dirty." Oakhaven was exactly as she had described, a skeletal collection of buildings huddled together as if for warmth against the encroaching forest. The gas station was a relic of the 70s, its plastic signage cracked and faded by decades of sun. A single fluorescent light hummed above the pumps, flickering in a way that would have made me jump an hour ago. Now I just saw it as a faulty circuit, a beautiful human error. Sarah pulled up to the pump and hopped out. I stayed in the car, watching the shadows. I felt hyper-aware of the world's textures. The cracked vinyl of the seat, the grit of sand under my boots, the way the wind rattled a loose piece of tin on the station's roof. These were things that couldn't be easily archived because they were constantly changing, constantly decaying. I opened the door and stepped out, my legs feeling steadier. I walked toward the small convenience store attached to the station. A bell chimed as I entered, a physical hammer hitting a physical bell. The man behind the counter was old, his skin like crumpled parchment. He didn't look up from his crossword puzzle. A radio sat on a shelf behind him, playing a low-fidelity country station. The singer was out of tune, and the steel guitar was weeping through a layer of dust. "I help you," the man wheezed. "Just some water and some aspirin," I said. I walked down the narrow aisles. The shelves were stocked with expired canned goods and off-brand snacks. It was a temple of the forgotten. I picked up a gallon of water and a tin of aspirin, my fingers trembling. As I reached for a bag of saltines, I saw it. In the corner of the store, next to a rack of moth-eaten magazines, was a payphone. It was a heavy, black rotatory model, bolted to the wall. It looked like it hadn't been cleaned since the Reagan administration. My heart hammered against my ribs. A payphone was a direct line to the old world, a system that didn't rely on satellites or cloud storage. It was a copper-wire ghost. I paid the old man with a crumpled $20 bill. He gave me back a handful of sticky coins. I took them to the phone. I didn't know who I was calling. My mother was a recording now. My friends were data points in a city I couldn't remember the name of, but I needed to know if the noise was spreading. I needed to hear a voice that wasn't filtered through the hill's consensus. I dropped a quarter into the slot. The sound of it falling through the internal mechanism was a symphony. I picked up the receiver and dialed a random number, a string of digits that felt right in my fingertips. The line hissed. There was a series of clicks, the mechanical switching of a long-distance connection, then ringing. A woman answered on the fourth ring. Hello. She sounded tired. There was the sound of a television in the background, a game show, the audience cheering in a tinny, distant way. Hello, I said. I'm sorry. I have the wrong number. Who is this? She asked. She didn't sound annoyed. She sounded lonely. Is this Bill? Bill, if this is you, the pipes are leaking again. I'm not Bill, I said, but I wanted to tell you something about the pipes. What? They're leaking because they're real, I said, a strange, hysterical laugh bubbling up in my throat. Don't let anyone fix them with a computer. Just let them drip. It's a good sound. There was a long pause. You're drunk, she said, but she didn't hang up. Or crazy. My grandson says everything is going to be smart soon. Smart pipes, smart lights. He says we won't have to worry about anything. Don't listen to him, I whispered, leaning my forehead against the cold metal of the phone box. Stay stupid. Stay loud. If the lights start to hum a tune you don't know, turn them off. Mister, you're scaring me, she said, and the line went dead. I hung up the receiver. I felt a strange sense of relief. The copper wires were still carrying the mess. The archive hadn't won yet. I walked back out to the car. Sarah was finished pumping gas. She was staring at the woods across the road, her expression guarded. We should keep moving, she said as I approached. I saw a light deep in the trees. It wasn't a flashlight. It was too steady. I looked far back among the pines. A pale, rhythmic glow pulsed. It was the color of a computer screen in a dark room. The hill was sending out feelers, searching for the hole in its map. It was searching for me. Get in, I said. We drove out of Oakhaven, the old sedan groaning as it hit the highway. We didn't talk for a long time. The landscape began to rise, the road winding up into the mountains. The air grew thinner, colder. I have a cabin, Sarah said suddenly. My grandfather left it to me. It's way up in the high country near a place called Dead Man's Pass. No cell service, no electricity, just a wood stove and a well. Sounds like heaven, I said. It's a dump, she corrected, a small smile playing on her lips. The roof leaks and the floorboards are rotting, but it's ours if you want. I looked at her. She was a stranger. 6 hours ago, I didn't know she existed. Now, she was the only other person in a world that felt like it was being erased behind us. We were two survivors of a war that hadn't even been declared. I'd like that, I said. As we climbed higher, the radio static changed. It wasn't just white noise anymore. It started to form shapes. I could hear the librarian's voice, faint and distorted, as if he were calling from the bottom of a well. Arthur, the sequence is incomplete. Return to the embankment. The paper is waiting. I reached out and smashed the radio dial with the heel of my hand. The plastic cracked and the sound died. Did you hear that? Sarah asked, her voice trembling. It's just ghosting, I said. Atmospheric skip. It's not real. But I knew it was. The archive was inside me, and it was trying to use the car's speakers to negotiate its release. I could feel the coin in my stomach vibrating, a cold, rhythmic throb that matched the pulsing light I'd seen in the woods. I was a walking transmitter. I was the very thing I feared. I looked at my hands in the dim light of the dashboard. The grease was still there, but beneath it, my veins